Check. Welcome to the SPS podcast. You are now tuned in with the Raw Bunch. I'm your moderator, DJ Strata. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe as we get into today's show, Battle of the Sexes, when complaints meet compromises. We're going to introduce our panels and get straight to it. Jalen, what's up with you? How's your day?
Hey, it's going fine.
Okay. I'll take it for now. We ain't going to push too hard. Bino, what's up with it, Brody?
What's good, y'all?
Chilling. How are you?
Everything copacetic, consistent. Yeah, everything cool. Bless.
That's what it is. Saudi, what's up with it?
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Oh, I'm good.
Cool. Brittany, what's up with you?
Hey, fam. How's everybody? I'm good.
We good. We got a good show tonight, man. I'm excited to have y'all in the building. So before we get started with any formal questions, what are y'all thoughts, anybody can answer, on currently dating and the gender wars, be it on the internet or in real life?
You said what? Yeah, you know the music still playing?
That's what I was about to say, because I still hear the music. That's exactly what I was
Let me turn it off. Okay. Try it again. So what are y'all thoughts on the current gender wars and it going on online, and like whether online or in real life? What are y'all thoughts on the gender wars going on today?
I don't understand how you could do both. I don't think understand how you could do both.
What do you mean?
I don't know how you could war against the opposite sex or the significant other and still try to date at the same time. Fuck, that shit don't make no sense to me.
That's a fact. That is a fact. So why do you think it happens?
Shit. Why do I think it happens?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ask somebody else real quick, because that's a lot to digest. Like, why do I think? Because people crazy. Like, do you want me to get the simple shit? I don't want to be simple.
No, keep it tall.
Because motherfuckers is really mentally ill. Because motherfuckers really mentally ill in real life, and really hurt, and softer than they think they, and softer than they think they are. Like, I'm talking about men and women. I don't know. Like, you feel me? Trauma. Like, it's a whole bunch of shit I probably can name, because it's like how you be warm with something that you really want to be with or date or whatever. I don't understand. Is insane? Is that insanity? Is that what it is?
Could be.
I don't know.
Ain't no wrong answers here.
I feel like it just be a lot of people that be self-projecting, like their issues onto the other sex without like really taking accountability within yourself.
Okay. Do you think any of the complaints are valid though from either side?
Hell yeah, it's valid complaints out here on both ends.
Yeah,
there's valid complaints on both ends.
So what do you think? How do you separate between a valid complaint and one that just seems like it's wild as fuck? How do y'all separate the two? And the
I
reason
don't
why
know,
I
bro.
ask is because if we know that there's a difference between a valid like gripe in the gender wars and one that's not, like how do we qualify those? Like how do y'all decide when you hear, like let's say for Bino, when you hear women complaining about men, what in your brain makes you think, all right, that can be valid, and what makes you think, oh, she bullshitting? And ladies, when y'all hear dudes complaining about women, what makes you say, they might have a point, and what makes y'all be like, nah, they don't bullshit? Like, how do y'all separate the two? Is it based on the point?
I would say I'd be like everybody bullshit
Mm.
because
Why
it's
so?
like because you complaining.
I mean, because
So
in my
you,
mind, I'm trying to think of examples. So I'm thinking the first thing that popped in my head is me and my complaint that women won't expect us to pay for everything. You know, we got to do all of this to get something like pay for dinner, pay for this, pay for that, just to go on dates. So that's a valid point. I don't think that they should have to. When if you're truly looking for a partner, it should not be all solely on him to pay for everything up front when y'all are just initially in the dating phase of things.
okay. So you think that is valid because you can see the fairness in it?
Right.
I like that. I like that. Jada,
Thank you,
what are your
Brittany.
thoughts?
Thank you for cleaning it up, Brittany. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What are your thoughts? How do you decipher what's valid and what's bullshit when you hear these gender war talking points?
Depending on how bitter people sound.
Okay. Okay. I can see that. So you think the more bitter they are, the less valid it is?
Yeah, it's more rooted in emotions and logic.
Hmm. Like it. I like it. So if how much of this do y'all think is accountability and how much do y'all think this is like just your environment? Like what percentage will you put on self accountability is a problem, like people are fucking up with themselves, or how much of y'all think it's really happening? Like you've had to put a percentage on either if it's the person or the opposite sex. What would be your numbers or percentages?
It's 100% the person. We have to be held accountable for ourselves.
I like it. I like it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I feel like what Brittany said for sure. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be accountable for yourself.
That's fair.
I mean, I will say environment play a part because I'm gonna be honest, I read the wrong script for what we were doing today. So, but because I read what was above, but what I would say is because one of the things I thought was gonna be like environmental, like far as survival and I think it was love. And a lot of people just survival and love. I think that's what it was, but their environment was maybe survival. So when it comes to projecting on relationship, that's what they are drawn to, or maybe don't want, but that's what they end up having. They're like, well, why I can't never get this? Because that's what the environment, that's all they kind of know. So
Mm.
same thing with like a, not always, but sometimes a two-parent household, that's what people are drawn to, or vice versa. Like, but dang, why can't I never get this? But you're attracting sometimes what you're used to, what you're accustomed.
Uh, so, do you think, let's say somebody gets the results, right? So, let's say there's a woman out here, she like, dudes ain't shit, she get a man. Do you think she could still stand on the guys ain't shit mantra, or she got to come off that because she got the
She
results?
She got to come off of that.
she got to come off of it. I mean, what the hell?
Like, you got the results. So how, like, if you stay on that, then you're delusional, and your partner shouldn't be with you because that's crazy.
Right.
Damn. Okay. I like it. I like it. CJ, what's up, brother?
Man, how y'all doing? Brittany! God damn!
You know what?
Motherfucker ain't been here since fucking two
I'm out.
solar eclipses and a blue moon. Shit!
Cut it. Cut it. Cut it.
You funny as hell. So what's your thoughts on gender wars, Brody?
Shit. My thoughts on gender wars. I think anybody that does an excessive amount of complaining and don't put the work in need to shut the fuck up. That's how I feel. Man, woman, unicorn. If all you doing is coming on these platforms and crying and bitching, but yet when you get off of it, you go play the Xbox, you go hang out with your girls, you go do everything else in the world instead of putting in the work that you just bitched about. The fuck you come up here bitching for? What you come up here complaining for?
That's what I was saying in a nicer way. See what I'm saying? I'm glad CJ
No,
you
fuck
here, man.
that. No,
Late, but thank you, man.
that to me that's weak shit. Like that's why I hate when people. It's like if you complain, right? But then there's people around you that you complaining to that's trying to give you advice on, hey, you said this. Well, brother, you might need to do this. Well, ma'am, you probably should do this. Or hey, you probably shouldn't do this. Hey, you probably shouldn't do that. Oh, well, maybe you should. They be like, no, that can't be it. No, that's some bullshit. Well, not the well, the stats say, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Because obviously you just hear the bitch and complain if you ain't about to sit here and actually listen. So just shut the fuck up and go to your fucking house and do all that. That's how I feel about gender wars. Gender wars is gonna stay that way as long as people just wanna bitch and complain, find a little club or a little huddle that they can go into and be like, man, fuck these hoes, fuck these bitches, they ain't shit, man, fuck these niggas, lame ass motherfucking deadbeats. But at the end of the day, you probably helped create these motherfuckers. You probably part of the goddamn problem. Shut the fuck up. I don't like that shit.
That's why I said, like, I feel like it just be like a lot of projecting. Like a lot of people want something in a partner that they aren't their self. So, for instance, if you want a female to be this loving, nurturing person, you have to be able to be that type of person yourself. Like you can't be 100% militant and expect somebody to have compassion and be nice and soft. So it's like, I don't know. You got to be what you want to get.
I can see that. I see that point. I think that there's a double standard that exists in men and women, though, Saudi. I agree with your point, though, but I think that, like for example, maybe that's a double standard that I hold, right? Like I'll be considered not militant or standoffish, but like I'm emotionally even keel. But I still do expect my old lady to be affectionate, and she still does it, right?
Right. But I'm pretty sure you still are able to show up
Yeah,
in that aspect for her.
that's fair. That's fair. I like that. I like that. I like that. Anybody else want to add something to it before we get
No,
to our
fuck that.
first line?
Saudi talking about you gotta give wherever the fuck. No, if you want it, you gotta be able to give it. So if I want me a soft, sweet, feminine woman, that means I gotta be a soft, sweet, feminine man.
No, fuck no. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best example, and I hate when y'all
There
try to
you
do
go.
that.
Try again.
I'm just saying, like, okay, for instance, you can't want a nigga to make six figures and you don't even have a high school diploma. Like, it's like you have to bring something to the table. Like, it has to be an even playing field. But I feel like the shit be like it be off the rocker sometimes.
I see what you're saying. At least if you want to attract something, you got to be open to receive it. Maybe not become it. I think that's probably the better wording.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Break that shit down for me, yeah.
Yeah, you good. I think that makes sense. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, CJ came in dumping.
I think he just left the
I
bar
love
for real with them glasses on.
it.
Hey, I don't want to talk about what the fuck I've been going through. I start the show. Like, God,
Wait, what's in the cup? What's in the cup?
Let's get to it, man. We go first start off with our ladies, ladies first. And fellas, what I did, and I'm gonna keep it honest with y'all. Normally I do a little stack digging, I'll go to a couple of scientific articles and shit. But I was like, let me see what Chat GPT think about all this. This is my first time actually trying it. Venus, what up with it? Make sure you got the link. Shout out to
What's
Bino.
good? What's good, Venus?
Yeah. Yeah, she doing a little
all
shouts
right,
out.
all right.
This is the thing, man. I think that we're gonna start with the women first, man. And like I said, I think that we'll do it in order. I think we'll kind of ping pong back and forth after these first two slides. We'll get through the videos and some questions. But again, what I did to go back to what I was saying before. So asked ChatGPT, what were the biggest complaints from either side, right? Because you know what's crazy, y'all? When I actually start looking into trying to find complaints that women had against men, I found a list, but it was hard to find the opposite. And I think that kind of threw me off a little bit, right? Like I wasn't expecting it to be that way, and it had me stuck. I was like, yo, how the fuck can I find videos or at least data that could support the other way around? So ChatGPT kept it pretty balanced. Again, I built a lot of my questions. I had my questions beforehand, but we're gonna look into what ChatGPT, which is a source. We'll see what they say about women complaints, their top complaints about men. Number one, emotional availability. Number two, fear of commitment. Number three, inconsistent effort. Number four, lack of leadership and stability. Number five, prioritizing physical beauty over substance. Number six, poor communication skills. Number seven, a lack of drive and ambition. Number eight, infidelity and lack of loyalty. Number nine, preference of non-black women. Number 10, the inability to handle independent women. Number 11, financial instability or dependence. Number 12, double standards in dating. Number 13, overly influenced by their friends and society. 14, I think, is where I'm at. Lack of emotional support. And lastly, not healing from past trauma. I'm going to leave that up for a second. I'm going to let the ladies read it. What I want y'all to do is pick something that speaks to you. And I kind of want you to give your defense as to why you think that women could see this as a valid complaint. And then we'll get our fellas to give some type of retorts. All right, ladies, let me know when y'all good.
All I know is when we get to that list for the fellas, that list better be, boy. I'm gonna mute.
GPT. Ladies, y'all good? All right, cool. All right, so I'm gonna bring this down for a second, and we can bring it back up if y'all need to reference it again. So, Jalen, based on a list of complaints that you saw women had with men, which one do you think would be, or which few do you think would be valid that you could be like, I can see how a woman can say that?
Bring it back up.
I got you. Got emotional availability, fear of commitment, inconsistent effort, lack of leadership, prioritizing physical beauty over substance, poor communication skills, the lack of drive, cheating. They like white women. They can't handle independent women. They ain't stable financially. They got double standards when they date. They love listening to their homies and society. Them niggas don't have no emotional support, and they ain't healed from their traumas.
Okay. If I pick multiple, how many can I pick?
Oh, you good. Cook. We got time.
Okay.
Two, three. Good Lord, Jesus.
Because you probably gonna pick one of mine. And then I ain't gonna
Listen, I was gonna go down the whole list, being no, thank you. 3. I would say fear of commitment. Nah, fuck that. Prioritizing physical beauty over substance.
Mm-hmm.
Overly influenced by friends and society. And the last one would probably be infidelity and lack of loyalty.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into it. Why you choose those 3?
Being overly influenced by outside people could negatively impact your relationship. You need to be focusing more so on relaying those problems to your partner instead of people outside of it, because they can influence you to make the wrong decision. Prioritizing physical beauty over substance. I feel like most men do this. Obviously, there are people that say that they don't. But if you're going to prioritize physical beauty over substance, then you're going to give up a lot of qualities that you want from a woman to be able to get that physical beauty. Meaning she may disrespect you, but because you prioritize her beauty over what she can respect you for, then you got to be willing to take the disrespect.
Damn. Okay.
Why? What? I just want to know why the man in the bottom right, is shrugging. What?
I ain't responding to nobody that don't know the difference between their left and right. Next person.
Anyway, what was the last one I said?
Infidelity. It was infidelity, the influence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If y'all would just be honest that you want multiple women, you could find a woman that is cool with that, as long as you don't embarrass her. Problem is, y'all, huh?
You think so?
Yeah.
I was agreeing. No, I was agreeing with you, Jayla. I said that's real shit. Like what she's saying is true. If y'all just be honest, because the woman fuck with you that much, she probably 9 out of 10 would be willing to do that for you.
So y'all think women can handle honesty the way they say they can?
For sure. I feel like it be the lying that really it be the lying that's the issue.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like what I chose is very self-explanatory. I don't even really gotta explain it.
Yeah, I fuck with it.
Y'all know what y'all do.
But I'm not gonna go pick 3. I'm just picking one.
What's your one?
The one that I picked was the one at the bottom, not healing from past traumas. And I feel like that because I'm like, y'all just be having too much baggage. Like, y'all be having mommy issues, like daddy issues, like y'all be having insecurities. And it's just like, if y'all, I don't even want to say y'all, but if some men took the time out to just do the work, like we always say, if you do the work and heal yourself, then you could be a better person for your partner. You could show up in the ways that you want your partner to show up for you, because like I said, you healed, you did the work, you did the shadow work as far as the traumas and stuff like that. And then also I wanted to go on the one that Jalen said too about the looks. Just because I feel like it's the 80-20%, the 80-20 rule. You can find somebody, like I said, that gives you that 80%, basically check all your boxes. But because you may find somebody that's a little bit more attractive or just on the incline as far as like the physical looks, like y'all sometimes degrade that. And then when the woman that you picked that was a motherfucking 10 end up leaving you and divorcing you and taking all you got, and then you want to be looking somewhere silly. Talk about, oh, women this, women this. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying you need to pick a girl that look like Igor, or Helga. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you gonna go for that one that everybody want,
all right. All right, Jalen. All right,
you
Jalen.
got
I got some
consequences.
questions.
Yeah.
I got some layer question for this. So right now, based on the average man, what do you think looks wise from 1 to 10? What do you think men are looking to date women? What number do you think they're currently going after in the dating market?
Anything above a 6?
I was about to say a 7, 8.
7, 8. What are 7 and 8s? Reference some 7 and 8s that y'all think.
Everything above basic. All right.
Yeah, I feel like, everything like,
Reference a woman that you think that we all know that y'all think a 7 or 8.
Yeah,
No.
give me I need an example.
No, because we all know that shit is anecdotal, and I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Y'all know what isn't considered basic, and you know what you consider above average.
So
Think
that's
about
I'm asking
feel
because
like-
dudes are definitely dating basic. That's what I said.
feel like for me, I feel like I'm in that seven round. Like, I feel like I'm above
Yeah,
average.
that's why we don't need
So,
to go down the rabbit hole. You're right.
That's what like. You know what?
Nah, I'm messing, Saudi. I'm playing. I'm playing, Saudi.
Hey, as soon as Saudi says, I said, Speedo about to get her. He about to get her.
Nah, okay, Saudi. Okay, so if okay, keep going. Okay, if you say you a 7, then keep going. Then that still don't go coincide with what you're saying. Then 'cause I'm pretty sure dudes dating.
I ain't got nothing else to say.
Well, if y'all are dating basic, I don't see
But
the
if
problem.
Saudi's a 7, she's dating. So
No,
Yeah.
you basically said that men are going after basic.
right, so 7s are basic. Then is what y'all saying, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Guys will take everything you get.
We said that's above basic. Like we saying
Oh, okay,
like
okay,
yeah,
okay,
like
okay.
a 7. I feel like a 7 is like I like it's cool. Like
Okay.
So do y'all think if y'all saying men are dating 6s and 7s, and the complaint from the women were that men are looking for looks more than they're looking for personality, y'all think the solution is for men to date below the 6s and 7s? Am I reading that right?
Actually, there's one thing people forget, and I know a lot of guys are not going to admit this.
Bro, I'll catch y'all later.
Can you guys hear me loud and
No
clear?
Nah,
way,
Jay, stay
Strata.
where you
Ain't
at.
no
Stay where you
way.
at.
Nah,
Strata.
come on, Jay. Let me go. It's a safe
Why you
space.
dupe me like this, Strata?
Yo, it's a safe space, man. Arnold's the
Bro, this
guy,
ain't no
man.
look, bro.
where
Look,
is wait
bro,
no
this ain't no
fuck
safe
that.
space no more. I feel
This is safe
uncomfortable.
space,
I need to
Jalen.
report him
Hold
to
on.
HR.
Let my man Galaxy talk. Let you know,
Yeah,
let Galaxy talk.
let's
What was
let
he saying?
Galaxy get it
By the
in.
way, are they tripping out about me or what's going on?
No,
No,
it ain't you,
not you,
brother. You
not you. It
good.
ain't you. What was you saying, brother?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, okay, look, everybody knows the problem with both sides, right? Guys are liars and they cheat and they can be controlling, blah, blah, blah. Girls get emotional, they contradict themselves, they don't know what they want, blah, blah, blah. So we know the problem with both sides. But there's two big things on why a lot of things don't work nowadays. For the ladies, they'll tell a guy, we don't care about looks and money and status and all that. We just want someone nice and respectful, and they don't go for that guy and they go for the opposite. And guys' problems is they don't want to admit to a lot of ladies that either they want to play the field or they want someone younger and beautiful.
Okay. Ladies, y'all got it in the retort? Do y'all think that what he said was correct? Y'all think he's a little off with that?
I could see his point of view, but like I don't think it's 100%.
Not 100%, but actually, a lot of what I said, a lot of girls will tell me. I can't tell you how many times I've met a girl who will say, look, 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 I'm not like other girls. I know there's girls out there who just care about money and fame and looks. I just want someone I can bring home to my mom and dad who treat me right, who won't cheat on me and all that. Okay, good. Now, everyone knows there's a lot of guys out there, a lot of guys who are actually not assholes and they actually want to treat a girl like a queen. And when they try to be nice and romantic, what does the girl always say? He's too nice. He gives me too much attention. I want someone who doesn't act like they need me. And they go for a guy who's kind of arrogant. I can't tell you how many times a girl will tell me that she knows another girl who goes for a bad guy. And when she asks her, why are you going for this guy about whatever it is, money, looks, arrogance, whatever, when you say you don't want these things, and she'll go, I don't know, there's just something about him.
All right, pause right there.
Hey,
Hold that thought.
So I
Hold
dang,
that
he
thought.
right. Because I know a
so
lot of my
that's
homegirls
what
like
like
that.
Yeah, slow it
he's
down.
definitely
Saudi,
true though.
Saudi,
Like
you think what he's saying has merit? You think
it
what he's saying
I
makes
feel like
sense?
it does have merit because I've been in situations like my younger self, like 18, I had a perfect person. But it was just like, ew. It was like I like what? You just like he said, you too nice. Like I want some action, something.
And I gotta tell
Like
you though, and I gotta tell you, there's nothing wrong with what ladies do this. It's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with getting what you want. The problem with a lot of guys, and this is why a lot of guys get angry at women, is it's not because a girl wants a guy who's rich or famous or good looking and all that. If I had a daughter, of course I want my daughter to get the best looking, the richest, the smartest, and all that. What makes guys frustrated is a girl will tell a guy, I don't care about these things. I just want someone who's nice and all that. And then when a guy like that comes along, not only do they not go for the guy, but they actually go for the opposite. And so guys start thinking, you know what? When I try to be a good guy and treat her right and take her out and all that, She won't go for me, but she goes for these other guys. So what does the guy say? I'm going to start acting like a jerk, arrogant, cocky, and all that. And you know what? I'm embarrassed to say this. It actually works. Every guy in this room has tried both personalities, and he'll tell you what gets him more girls usually.
I think that's just like, okay, so I feel like when they say that and they go for the opposite, that's just because they don't really know their self and what they really want and desire. So I just feel like that's it. What you're saying to me is just like reverse psychology. That shit is crazy. It's a mind game.
But the difference is, at least with guys, you know what to expect. You know either your guy's going to play around and go for someone young and beautiful, or he's going to treat you like a queen, or he's going to be in the middle. Guys are pretty simple. With a girl, especially if they're younger, it's going to be all over the map, confusion, not sure what to do, and then just blame everything on the guy. I'll give you a great example. In America, you have 50% divorce rates. Now, most guys have sisters or aunts. Everyone has a mother. There's no guy in the world who doesn't want to treat her girl like a princess. If I'm with a girl, I want to look at her and tell her you're amazing and romance her and make her laugh and charm her. But I know if I overdo it, she's going to get tired of it and she's going to go for the jerk, bad boy, cocky, arrogant guy.
So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that, how do you want me to refer to you? I'm sorry. I see your name is a little long at the bottom.
Oh, yeah. You can go by my YouTube page. It's called the Universe Galaxy. You can call me Universe
Galaxy. All right, so Universe, I got a question for you. Do you think that the answer for men would be to show more balance versus leaning too hard right or too far left? Or do you think this is on the onus and at the feet of the women?
I'm going to take a line from Chris Rock. No matter what you do, your woman's not going to be happy.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, to be honest, there's lots of good girls out there. If you just treat them right and say the nice things and treat them with respect, they're gonna love you. Obviously, 50%, even though they get divorced, the other 50% stay married. So I'm not gonna live in denial and say there's no good girls. And I know there's lots of bad guys. I don't want people to get this wrong. There's bad guys and there's good girls. I'm saying as a general rule, when you find stories of people who don't get married or who cheat, or who have issues with the other sex, who just hate on men or hate on women, just ask yourselves, is it harder for a girl to get someone, or is it harder for a guy to get someone? A girl can, have no makeup, wear gym clothes, not be educated, and she'll get every guy looking at her. A guy can wear a suit and tie, smell good, look good, be smart, and can't get a girl. What does that tell you? That means either the guys are so bad no matter what they do, or the girls are just not really giving guys a chance sometimes.
Okay. Let's stop it right there. I like that. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe to the SPS podcast. Again, we'll bring the list up one more time. And fellas, before I ask my next question to you all based on the women's complaints, I want to see, do y'all have any retorts based on what Jalen and Saudi has expressed? Or do you have any problems with the list? I'll bring the list back up. So again, just as a reminder, some of women's top complaints about men: they're emotionally unavailable, they have a fear of commitment, they have inconsistent effort, they lack leadership, they prioritize beauty over substance, they don't communicate well, they don't really have a lot of drive and ambition, they cheat and they don't know loyalty, they prefer white women, let's just say their inability to handle independent women, they're financially unstable, they have double standards when they date, they're influenced by their homies and society, they don't have emotional support, and they don't heal from trauma. Is there anything that the fellas want to retort on that list? Do you think there's anything that's leaning too far left or right?
Yeah, I dispute a lot of that. I don't want you guys to think I'm hijacking the show, so I want to be fair to everyone else,
Oh yeah, you good, bro. We appreciate your input. You got anything, Bino and CJ?
I think that list got long as hell out of nowhere. That list, the fucking shit keep getting longer and shit, long and long as shit. I bet you I listen that goddamn long. I bet you that have. Okay, well,
I bet you
I put it like this.
list, I bet you is longer.
Oh, we keeping it on the list right here, right now. All right. So look, I can guarantee you that all this shit that they require, they don't even possess half of it.
That's right. I agree. But I'm talking about mostly American men and women. I'm not talking about the whole species.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
I want everyone to know, guys and girls are not the same all over the world. We all know that. So when I talk about men and women, please don't think I'm talking about the entire species on Earth. I'm talking about in America.
No, yeah, we doing majority too, and we doing, but like or majority or too many, even though not majority, don't even possess half the things they looking for in that list.
And yeah,
All right, so
and
give me,
everyone
what do
can
you
test
think?
it.
Let's slow it down real quick. So
Pick them.
Bino,
Pick them
Bino, what do
depending on
you
the
think?
woman.
Hold on, slow it down. So based on women in mass, what do you think, based off this list, the women lack the most that they complain about men for? What do you think is the
I don't
thing?
know. I don't know what they like. I don't know what they like the most. I'll put it like this. I'll pick some. They lack the most, I think, which I really can't say this. Like, I don't really like being, I don't like really having, you know,
Probably the emotional support.
disingenuous answers. Dang, Saudi, you gonna get y'all get we? You know what? Go ahead, let Saudi go.
Oh no, you good? Because I want just pick one to give me an example of what you mean by they lack what they're complaining
Not
about.
healing from past trauma.
Okay, why do you say that one?
They not because they haven't. Most of them that require they say they want to do they have a past trauma. Women got way more past trauma in relationships than dudes. They hold on to stuff. They hold on to emotional things way more than we do.
Hmm.
And anything a guy does, by the way,
They trauma bond way more than we do. But they say a dude to not have his past trauma. That's why, bro. Because
Okay.
they don't have, like I said, they don't even possess that capability of not holding on to past trauma.
and anything a guy does, by the way, anything, it's going to be a problem. If you
Yeah.
if you make more money than her, she will complain about you taking over. If you make less money, she will basically continue act like you're broke. If you don't give her attention, she'll rightfully complain, give me attention. If you give her too much, it's a problem for too much attention. If you act like you don't need her, that's bad. If you act like you need her, that's bad. If you're smart and educated, or you think you're better than me, you think you know more than me, if you're not smart and educated, you're stupid, you're dumb. Now look at the other way around. Look at the other way around. There's nothing a girl can do in general that a guy won't like. If a girl is nice and beautiful and does whatever she wants to do, work, not work, cook, don't cook, most guys, not all guys, most guys are gonna be like, yeah, she's great. Guys ain't that picky.
Okay. Okay. So now we definitely got so what I'm hearing from both Bino and Universe is that they think that the complaints that the women have are projections from things they lack. Jalen and Saudi, do y'all agree with that sentiment? Do you think that the list that of complaints they have, do you think they're valid, or do you think it's more on the women as to why they have those complaints?
So when I first started this off and you asked me the question, I said specifically it was due to people projecting.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
So that's still my answer.
Got you.
Like, I'm not saying what they're saying is wrong, but I feel like when you put up the list for the men, it's still the same. Like, I just feel like the more of the story is going to be, people are bullshit because they want something they not their self. Like, I don't know.
Okay, Jalen. Based on the list and some of the retorts you heard from the men, do you think the list, based off of what they're pointing out, do you think there's validity in what they're saying, or do you think that it's projection, kind of like what Bino and Galaxy was alluding to? Which one do you think weighs a little bit more heavy on the scale?
There's validity.
Okay. Why so? Why do you think it's validity in it?
Too many women have stories about issues that they've experienced on that list. If it was a projection, then sure, I could see it both ways, but most of the time, I think there's validity in the complaint.
Okay, that's fair.
So can I ask, when you see movie stars, right, that now they don't have to worry about money. Money is not a problem. They got the money. Why are there so many cases of these amazing, beautiful girls who can get any guy they want, going for someone who's shorter, balder, older, and all that? And then with the other way around, you don't find that with guys. And let's say they're not rich. Let's say they're regular working Joes, blue collar, white collar, whatever. Why are there so many cases where people say, damn, look at that girl. She married down. She got that guy. And the guy goes, man, I married up. I got this amazing girl. But you can't find it the other way around that much, where guys will say to the guy, why are you with that girl? You can get someone better. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying, why is it usually one way? And I'm not complaining about women who do those things. My complaint is not, why do women do these things? You should get the best of the best. My complaint is, why do you have contradictions where you say one thing and you do another? That's my complaint.
That's my complaint too.
Hold on, we're gonna put a pin in
Every
that. Hold on, fellas, we're gonna put a pin in that because we gotta stay on the women's. We gotta give validity and get space for them to mine out why they got the issues first. We're gonna get to that though. I'll add that to the list, Galaxy. But we'll get Jalen's response first, and then we're gonna walk this down a little bit more with the women's complaints.
men date down more. Period.
Okay.
I rarely see men with an upgrade.
Why do you think that is?
They think that's all they can get. To be honest, I rarely see a man upgrade. I'm gonna be honest. I rarely see it. I just see two average ass people, or she may be below him. Whether it's education, whether it's money, whether it's intelligence, I don't give a shit about looks. Personally, I could care less if she's ugly, he's ugly. I don't give a shit. I'm talking about more of the substance in a person.
Right.
Most men date down.
Okay. Do you think that it's because of the way men rate themselves? Do you think that's reflected in who they choose? Like, you've had to put a reason as to why you think men date down en masse. Because again, I think that speaks to what Galaxy was saying, that he rarely sees.
They feel. I think it's. It is valid. I think when they date someone who is above them, there's more so of a threat that comes with that.
In what way?
In a way that she could possibly get better than you. In a way that she possibly could do things better than you can. And that kind of, if you're in a relationship with a woman like that, that kind of makes a man not feel useful. So they date down to feel useful. Because if you dating a woman that doesn't really need you, she just wanted you, men don't like that. They want a woman that needs them. That will be like, hey, I need you to come fix my tire. Not be like, oh, I called AAA. I got it. It's fine. I got it.
Okay, let's stay right there.
I was going to say that too. They date down too because they know the woman's going to tolerate a lot more.
Got you. All right, so let's say that's true, right? Y'all think that men are dating down. Do you think that the women know that the men are dating down?
That's why a lot of them put on an act in the beginning.
Okay, so if y'all are saying that the men date down, right, and the women know that they're dating down, my question would be, why do you think that the complaints that women have are so high? Based on y'all logic train. So y'all just walked us down. Men date down. Women know that they're the lower in the attractability. Why is it if the men are dating down, do you think the women's list is so long? Y'all got big words too, Arnold.
What's wrong with your mic? What did he say?
No, that was Arnold with the sound effects.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he said something.
Well, can I ask a question to the lady?
Hold on, let me get this nailed down because I really want to walk this down. Do you think that if the woman is the less attractive in that situation, she knows it, right? And she's dating up based on what y'all are saying, why do you think the complaints that the list is so long if, based on what y'all saying, the guy has the upper hand in the scenario? Why do you think the complaint list is so long?
Because women are delusional?
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's delusional because a lot of things on that list are valid complaints. When it comes to loyalty, when it comes to infidelity, when it comes to bad communication, a lot of those complaints are valid. So I wouldn't call them delusional for complaining about that.
Gotcha.
Because just because I tolerate you, I still have expectations.
What's up, Arnold?
Right,
what you got,
but y'all heard. So y'all heard the oh, it couldn't be me. I won't be doing that again. That's the last time, right? When they think they're dating down and they do something that's out of their body, and then they that's the last time I'm about to be with a man for love. Right? That's like I'm saying that we all heard those tropes. That's how they come out of relationships. not knowing, right, that, okay, what am I perfect, right? It's like, okay, no, now I'm about to be, you know what I'm saying, the pimp in the streets. Like nothing that these dudes doing, they not gonna know what hit them there. Because like they seeing it something different. They're like, oh, it won't be me. I don't agree with that part about dudes dating down.
That's an overcorrection. You don't think when people get hurt, they overcorrect to not want to feel that hurt again?
I think that's a woman thing. I think women do it more.
It's not. I've heard too many men say they got their heart broken in high school, and that's why they hate women to this day. So no.
Too many? Oh, hold up. Is that the average man that talk like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, don't do that.
First off, we gotta hold on. Y'all gotta remember the age bracket that Jalen is in. That's the first thing you gotta remember. Because hold on. It's definitely an age bracket because all 4 men on this panel are above 30. All 4 men. And all 4 men on this panel will tell you that most guys ain't doing that in our age bracket. You might experience that where you're from in your age bracket, but most of us are literally like,
CJ,
nah.
just because you
One at a time.
One at a time. Let her finish the thought.
But Saudi in her 30s out some too.
I have heard men.
I'm not saying
30 hold on to some heartbreak that happened to them 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, and they hold it against every other woman that comes after. And they're paranoid.
How do they express that? How do those guys express that?
Hush. As soon as she does one thing out of place, oh no, you just like every other bitch, bro. This is why I hate bitches, bro. Y'all all do the same. Now tell me you ain't heard no man above 30.
No, that's true, but girls do the same.
Minority. Nobody ain't saying that shit don't exist, but there ain't no majority of men doing that. Majority of the fellas ain't doing
every other dude is talking like that.
I don't agree with every other dude.
No, girls do the same thing too, though.
The majority. I do feel like it's the minority, but it's still out there though. Bottom line.
Hold on. Before we go any further,
I can agree that it's out there.
Yeah, before we get to everybody to retort from it, does anybody agree with Jalen that there's a minority of men, maybe even in her age bracket, that experiences that?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with your statement when you're saying that a minority of men. Yeah, a minority of men. Yes, I'm gonna agree with that. Right. But saying majority of the niggas is doing that, fuck no.
Okay, so nobody agrees with that premise.
Now, I think no. I think dudes do it, on the time frame of right after it happened when it's fresh. During the I don't even want to say more than agreement. But no, it just be they do that shit just right after fuck these bitches. But after a while, bro, they don't be holding on to it. Female really hold on to that shit and say another nigga will never do nothing to me, like Arnold saying. We say that shit in the moment of the hurt or the anger. After a while, we ain't holding on to that shit no more. So the 10 years ago, they still going off the 10 years ago shit, that's gotta be a minority. But as far as hearing dudes say that shit after, right after a breakup or a little time after before they, get their shit popping again, yeah, they might say that. That's all I'm saying. I'm just finding the balance in both. You know what I'm saying? But that 10 years ago from high school shit, nah, that's cap. That's a weirdo.
Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but regardless, they hold shit from the past to present women that ain't got shit to do with what you've been through in the past.
Jalen, let me ask you something, Jalen. Talking about that kind of stuff, about holding shit down for 10 years, if you want to go into the whole thing about being emotional and complicated, the stereotypes for men and women about who's emotional and complicated, it usually goes to women, right?
What's the stereotype? Men are also emotionally complicated.
No, I agree. Both are emotional and complicated, like they're humans are humans. But when it comes to like who's going to keep things simple and just, go by who, what, where, when, and let's solve the issue and all that versus being emotional and complicated, you don't agree that it's women who are usually more emotional and complicated?
I think the person who's immature in the situation is more emotionally complicated.
So would you say men are, here's a statement. Would you agree with this statement? Men are simple and easy to make happy?
No.
Okay. So when people say all men think about is food and sex and just, don't nag them. Those jokes that comedians make, right? When people just say, oh, it's easy to make a guy happy. Just, feed him, have sex with him, don't talk so much, don't spend too much money. When they make these jokes, where do you think these jokes come from?
Men wanting to simplify themselves, but when rubber meets the road, you still have men who commit infidelity and do all this extra shit of lying and cheating and like, if y'all were that easy and simplistic, y'all wouldn't be doing these things, because there are plenty of women who put their fucking heart and put their shit on the line to be with a man who does everything he requests, and he's still out here doing her dirty.
No, I agree. I agree that a lot of men make these jokes for insecurities, but lots of women will agree. Like, haven't you seen a woman fight with another girl, or she'll fight with a guy?
I mean, I agree with you. That doesn't mean I'm going to agree
All
with
right.
them.
No, I'm saying.
All right, cool. Hold it on, guys. Just hold on. Go ahead, Strata. Keep going, Strata. Hold on, guys. See, we gotta get through this. I can't be up all night. Hold on. Good shit though. Good shit.
I like it. Let's get to the reason why the fellas are here. Ladies, y'all got any more things that I thought that you thought was left off the list before we go any further? Y'all think that list was pretty thorough?
Yep.
And for the chat that was wondering again, I actually asked this to Chat GPT. Normally I find my social science researches and have my motherfucking sources, but I was like, let me see what Chat GPT got to do, because it was kind of lopsided to find it. So this is what Chat GPT expressed men complaints are for women: attitude and aggressiveness, lack of femininity, unrealistic expectations, lack of respect for black men, too materialistic, poor attitudes towards submission, they're not supportive, the baby mama drama, entitlement and non-reciprocity, careers over relationships, criticism and nagging, lack of accountability, hypergamy and leveling up, unrealistic relationship goals, and they prefer bad boys over good men. I'm gonna leave this list up for a second. We're gonna get the fellas. What I want y'all to do is pick the one that you think is the most valid, since we got more fellas up here than ladies. Pick the one that's most valid, and I want you to give me a reason why you think that complaint is valid from a man's perspective. Give me a head nod when you got the one you want to speak to. Damn, that ain't take long. We'll wait on Bino.
All right,
Let's do it. Let's start with Arnold. Arnold, which complaint that you saw on the list did you think was actually valid, a valid complaint for men to have for women?
My personal favorite is hypergamy and leveling up.
Why so?
I hate that shit. Why you don't want better for yourself? You know what I'm saying? I guess my whole point in life is to get to a point where I can chill. And it seems like most women's whole point is to never be chilling.
Okay.
They always want something more. So that should be stressing me out. You know what I'm saying? Most of the stress, like my last 20 years being behind a woman trying to get more up out of me. You know what I'm saying?
Got you. What do you think motivates that, bro? Why do you think that happens?
I guess it's like they physically have a whole cycle where they like body is literally reproducing and it's just part of their biology. So I understand it, but it's a lot to keep up with. Like you got to have so much foresight that you got to be ahead of her hypergamy the whole time. Because once you get behind it, she feel like she pushing you. You know what I'm saying? She the snowplow now. She pushing you out the way.
Do you have any advice for a man that has that complaint? Like, what do you think a man can do to temper the woman wanting more? Let's say he already in with her. You feel me? Like, let's frame it right. So you already in with her. Y'all been mixing it up, and you see she pushing you. Like, yo, can we get a little bit more? How would a dude deal with that?
Kind of like break it down, because I think most people like fall short of having a whole difficult conversation. Like, because it'll be awkward a little bit. She got to say stuff that she's not necessarily like proud to say, that she don't want to say. Oh, I want to go on X amount of trips. I want to get this kind of car, right? And she know that like it's not like a good look to be saying, right? But she's thinking it. So like getting her to say it out loud, right? And then so, okay, this could be the plan for it. Because if you just not having that conversation and she just building that list up in her head, and then when she not checking off those boxes, she looking at you like you the problem.
Oh, so you saying she articulates that that's a problem, but she don't talk about the how, or you saying she never says it?
I don't think she articulates to the guy like she's thinking it, right? Like, oh, like this would be nice. I wish I had, but never gets to the point where like she's communicating to her partner in real time. That like, I want this. She kind of like hinting at it, don't get it, and it's his fault that he didn't deliver that stuff, even though they never had a formal conversation about it. I've like just had that conversation, and I think you could get far with it.
Okay. So you think, who would you put the onus on? Do you think that women should temper their expectations, or is it up to a man to level set and bring her back to reality? Who has more responsibility in that?
It's the man, because the foresight is your arena. You the one that gotta have the foresight to know that it's gonna go bad. Like if she chilling right now, it could just be January. She chilling, bro. By March, April, she on some whole different stuff. She saw the wrong commercial. Her algorithm that got messed up. She trying to go get her that tub with the flowers in it in Bali.
This nigga Otto funny. He ain't lying though, bro. So God.
Okay, I like it. Okay, that's solid. Appreciate that, Otto. That's solid. Let's go with CJ. Which one stood out to you as a valid complaint that men have against women or for women?
Hey, come back to me.
Okay.
Bino, he asking Chat GPT.
Hey, put it back up real quick.
I got you, Brody. Again, as a quick refresher there, people popping in, this is what men top complaints according to Chat GPT were about women: attitude and aggressiveness, lack of femininity, unrealistic expectations, the lack of respect for black men. They're too materialistic. They have poor attitudes towards submission. They're not supportive. Baby mama drama. They're entitled with no reciprocity. Their careers are over their relationships. They got criticism. They're always nagging. They lack accountability. They are hypergamous and they always want to level up. They have unrealistic relationship goals and they prefer bad boys over good men.
And then Arnold did unrealistic expectations, huh?
He did the leveling up, but I guess they kind of intertwined though.
Damn. All right. So now I'm gonna pick something else. He picked that one. I go with the lack of accountability.
Okay.
And entitlement is even. They even score. So, yeah. So
give me an example of what you mean by those.
Lack of accountability. Damn, bro, you be saying like these examples like we don't be already knowing. Like shit. Damn, examples. I don't be thinking this hard about this shit.
Hey, dude, y'all ever been in an argument where she said she was wrong?
Yeah, like basically like not admitting when they wrong. I mean, they here and there, but majority of the time, like lack of accountability examples, just like they never fucking wrong. It's impossible to be never wrong, or even 90% of the time right, or even majority right in a one-on-one relationship. You know what I'm saying? In a partnership, but majority of the time they never hear it wrong. You never hear them apologizing and explaining why they know they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Having some apology with some context behind it. You feel what I'm saying? They basically say they apologize because they tired of the energy. You feel what I'm saying? So they want to go. They want you to come back to being you. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like lack of accountability. Maybe the other guys can help me out more, but
you remember Chris Rock?
You think that women are apologizing to progress past it, and they're not really taking accountability for why it happened? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Let's get a lady in here. Hey, Jay Ali, what's up with you?
Hi, y'all. Hey, girl. Hey.
What up, Jay?
Don't do that.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, I'm back. I had to go grab something from downstairs. I'm late. I'm sorry. I forgot all y'all in ESP.
The time that count. It be like that. So I'm gonna ask you a question based on, we're gonna keep the conversation flowing. Based on the list that I just read, Jay, and your personal experience with the friends and the women you know, do you think that there's merit to this list? Or you think there's something that's like, all right, that might can come off? Based on the list that the men complain about the women, their complaints, do you think they're valid? Is there something you want to get pushback on? What are your thoughts on the men current complaints?
You said based off like my friends.
Yeah, your friends, your personal interactions, what you see, what you hear on YouTube, what's going on in your real life. Do you think that this list is accurate to men complaints about women?
Mm, sorry, I'm just reading some of them.
No, you good.
I guess would have to go mainly with like family members that I have because I don't really have a lot of friends. I ain't gonna hold you.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to go off my family members, yeah, a lot of that list would apply to them. I'm not around them as much. My mom kept me away from a lot of them, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Just off how she was raised with them and the stuff that they had to go through.
Mm-hmm.
She made it her mission to not have us around that. So I would say I do understand some of the complaints they have because I do see it with some of my women family members.
Okay. I like that. 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 So let's get Universe. Let's get him in there, and then we'll go to CJ. Universe, based on the list that you saw, let me know if you need to bring it back up.
Yeah, if you
What
don't
do you
mind.
think? Yeah, what do you think is the top complaint you think that's the most valid out of all listed?
Yeah, you putting it back up?
Yep.
Let's see. All right, based on this list, I would say it's either the one that says too materialistic or the last one. Prefer bad boys over good men.
Yeah, I know you were speaking of that one earlier. So tell me a little bit about the materialistic. Why do you think that's valid?
Because a lot of women, and this is not their fault, after years and centuries of guys controlling them and not leaving them with money when they divorce them and forcing them to be stuck in marriages they're not happy with, women had to get educated and do better, and that's good. But then what ends up happening is now they become the man or the dominant person, or they're just too busy, or they just want to focus on their career. Or what happens is they're always trying to get the guy to buy this, buy that, buy this, buy that, and pressure him. And poor guy is trying to like support his woman and make her happy, but he can't afford everything. And that's when the fights happen and the complications happen. Now, it's not her fault if she lets him know this is who I am and this is who you marry. But if she's telling the guy, I don't care about money, just love me, treat me right, and all that, and then she flips like that and she starts caring about money and cars and jewels and all that, it puts the guy in a lose-lose situation. It confuses him, and then he gets frustrated and he starts hating on women. This is how all these bitches are. All they care about is money. They don't care about supporting a guy and all that.
Oh, so you kind of do agree
How you doing?
with Jalen that when that happens, it can make him jaded?
It can make any human jaded. The only part I didn't agree, I agreed with her a lot of what she said, but I wouldn't put it as a guy and girl thing. I think when it comes to people being hurt and just hating on people, that's a human thing. Not all humans do it, but a lot of humans do it. I've seen a lot of guys do it. I've seen a lot of girls do it, and I'm embarrassed and shy to admit that when a girl annoys me, I'll say something like, damn, all you women are just drama queens, emotional. You all have daddy issues. Man, you're so complicated, but that's what I'm mad. Who was the guy in the top? Bino. I think Bino said it. Bino said, guys do that when they're annoyed, but they let it go. So when I'm annoyed, I start doing that dumb shit. But when I'm in a good mood, when I'm actually feeling good, then I'm like, oh, you know what? I want to treat girls like queens. I respect them. They give birth to humans. They're higher than God. So this is how humans are. I'm embarrassed to admit I made these mistakes.
Okay, I like it. I like it. That's fair. Dope shit. Appreciate your input. CJ, which one you think is most valid, brother? And why?
What was the one that Universe just picked?
It was two of them.
Prefer bad boys over good men. I think the other one was materialistic. Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna say the one that I get it. I think they're pretty much the same thing, but unrealistic expectations and unrealistic relationship goals.
Okay.
That's
why
one
do you
thing.
think that's the most valid?
Hey man, listen, y'all. right, I'm trying to calm down. Y'all be on some bullshit sometimes, man. Like y'all be wanting the man to have so much off the rip, and it's crazy. And this coming from a guy that I know I'm financially stable, and I've had a woman come up to me, and we just in a talking phase, and she feel like, oh, the man gotta have the house, the car, the this, the that, the blah blah blah. And I'm thinking like, without her knowing me, I'm like, well, yeah, I know I got all that. I'm chilling. But at the end of the day, it's like, why you feel like they
Who
gotta
the
have all
fuck
that,
are you?
and you ain't got all that? Like, you ain't got all that shit. That's the part that killed me. So when Saudi made that one statement like, oh, if don't be sitting there telling the man that he gotta have this and the third, and you ain't got that, that's facts. Like y'all can't be doing that. But they do it with confidence, with pride, and I blame the men for that shit. Because these men will let these girls do that shit and then still take them like, yeah, you know, she said I gotta have this and the third, so let me have 2-3 jobs and slave just to get this woman while she ain't have to do anything to really earn that shit. She just had to complain to you and say that, hey, you gotta have this, that, and the third to get me. You gotta do this and the third to get me. That's wild to me. And then when they get in the relationship, you ain't set no goals. They ain't you ain't set the expectations of what's going on. She did. And whatever she said is some shit based off of a Disney movie. You gotta buy this, you gotta pay all the bills, you gotta take care of every damn thing in the house. I ain't heard nothing on this list that she gotta do. She just gotta sit there and look pretty. That's crazy work. So there's a lot of times where I understand where these dudes be complaining about these expectations that a lot of these women be trying to come in with that sound ridiculous. Or when they get in a relationship with them, they create these goals. And it's just like, it's one thing if you tell somebody, hey, I want you to create this Lego set. All right, well, I got all the pieces for that Lego set. I got the fucking manual to build this Lego set. So yes, let's build this Lego set. But these motherfuckers tell you, I want you to get this house. But don't just buy. I need you to buy the wood for that motherfucker. I need you to buy the insulation for that son bitch. I need you to buy the bricks for the bottom layer. You better know how to build this motherfucker by here. No, you ain't getting no goddamn help. What you mean? Be a man. Do it your damn self. Like, come on now. Nah, bro. It's that sometimes they really need to actually think about what they asking for. They need to understand who they're dating and be realistic about these expectations, because at the end of the day, the expectations in a relationship can't just be he's got to do it, he's got to. No, if y'all a couple, y'all got to be a team, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes a lot of these expectations and these goals is team effort. So if you really trying to make it sound like we a team, but in reality you want him to do all the work, don't get mad this nigga do all the work and become resentful because you ain't do shit.
Okay, that's fair. Let's go to Jalen and then Saudi. I'm gonna bring the list back up one more time. I need you to let me know, what do you think on the list could probably be removed? What do you think is more of a personal issue versus men just kind of venting? Jalen, what you think? Which one on the list do you think is like, I don't know about that one?
Baby mama drama.
Okay. Why is that? Why you picked that one?
You ain't got to date a baby mama.
Tell me more.
Simple. You ain't got to date a baby mama.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that the complaint is invalid because they chose a woman that had kids?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, she took mine, because if you got baby mama drama and you got a man, that's crazy to me.
Oh, no, we're talking about the man saying that the women have baby mama drama. That's the caveat. So it's not the other way
Ain't
around.
even how I acknowledge that statement. I thought that meant that the list was about things that men complain about, correct?
Yeah.
So the man is complaining about baby mama drama. Thus, that has to be a woman that had his kid to be his baby mama. And he's just complaining about his baby mama.
Yeah, that's a personal issue.
See, now if you word it like that, then yes, I'm gonna agree with you. But to say you ain't gotta date a baby mama, if he's complaining about baby mama drama, he ain't dating that woman to begin with.
Issue, correct?
What'd she say?
That's semantics because that's still a personal issue. I
didn't disagree with that. When you made the statement, you ain't got to date a baby mama. If a man is complaining about baby mama drama, he's more than likely not dating her anyway. It's just baby mama drama. That's why when you made a statement, you ain't got to date a baby mama. Odds are he's not. He's just complaining about it. But when you said that that's a personal issue, then that part I'm agreeing with you that it's a personal issue. He don't need to be complaining about that. If he got baby mama drama, he need to figure out what the drama is and fix that shit.
I like it. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe to the SPS podcast. Jay Ali. Based on the list, which one of these complaints do you think can actually be thrown off, or that you think a man can actually tackle and make it so it's not a complaint?
You said the last part was tackle?
Yeah, which one do you think a man can either easily overcome, or do you think it's kind of invalid to be on this list?
Maybe attitude and aggressiveness.
Okay. Why so?
Because when you talk about, when I hear men talk about the attitude and they ask other men will be like, well, I don't really experience a lot of the attitude that y'all are getting. Does that make sense? Like if they compare it to their experiences with other people, the other guys would be like, well, when I go outside, like I'm not getting a whole lot of attitude and aggressiveness. So I think that one can be tackled or overcome.
See, I see. That's true though, but right? Like personally, some people personally we might not come across it, but I be seeing that shit. Like, why they treating that dude like that? You feel what I'm saying? Like, so you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it might have something to do with Galaxy said with the good. I don't know. I don't know if you want to say the bad guy, good guy thing. I don't even know what that is. Who good guy, who bad guy, whatever. But it's like I do see women be having like attitude and aggressiveness to dudes that just be chilling for real. Like so it might not happen to me. Like it might not happen to me, Jay, or it might not happen. Everybody don't experience it. But so you're right. I agree. Like niggas can say that, but at the same time, the type of thing like I do be seeing y'all do that shit though. You feel what I'm saying? Like
okay, majority or the minority? Because when you go outside, you majorly see a bunch of attitude and aggressiveness.
I'm a people watcher. I'm a real people watcher, right? I'm a 360 head guy, like so. Yeah, like I be seeing that shit a lot because I'm a people watcher anyway. I pay attention way more than I probably should. So it's like I be seeing that shit like from across the rooms and situations. Like, damn, you feel what I'm saying? Like, dude ain't even did nothing, man. For real. So I think y'all. So I think women pick and choose who they be mean to for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, Dre, 360 head was wild, but you know,
I know I had said this earlier on a Discord before I had to get off. I think I was addressing Bina where I was saying that that a guy that a woman don't find attractive or whatever, and he come up to her and try to say something, try to speak to him or whatever, tell her to smile or whatever the case is. If she don't find him appealing off the rip, odds are her reaction is gonna be an attitude or some type of aggression, like ill nigga, move, fall back, bum ass. But if money, a dude that she off the rip sees attractive or finds attractive, and he say something to her, it's gonna be more friendly. It's gonna be more positive. You see what I'm saying? So it's all about the guy or what mood she's in or whatever. But even somebody like me, who I personally haven't experienced a lot of women being aggressive to me, but I also have seen, like Bino said, I've seen it way more times that a man gets done aggressively or gets attitude from a woman initially than them just being chill.
That's fair. Anybody got any retorts? Anybody think that what Bino and CJ was saying was off base? Any disagreements to the statement? We good? All right, let's get into our first video for the night, man. Again, just to let y'all know how the rest of the show is going to go, we're going to keep the conversation balanced. So we're going to ask it from a woman's perspective, or play a video from a woman's perspective, ask a question from a woman's perspective, and then flip-flop back and forth between the men and the women to keep the conversation balanced throughout. Y'all ready? Let's do it.
Hey, black man, y'all really got to stop the cap, fam. Let's stop the BS now. All Ace Metaphor did was prove that there is no good men. That's all he did. That's all he did, because these women dang sure shouldn't listen to you red pill dudes and you manosphere dudes who still be calling black women bitch's in y'all goddamn videos, fam. I literally, every one of y'all dudes who has responded been like, and you dumb bitch, y'all still got some unpacking to do yourself, fam. They shouldn't listen to y'all. Y'all never have anything good to say about black women. So all Ace Metaphor did was prove that women shouldn't listen to men, period. Stop with the BS, fam. Let's stop with the BS now. Come on now. Women shouldn't listen to men, period. Because a lot of men ain't worth being listened to. And y'all don't care for women. Because if you did, as black men, you wouldn't constantly have criticism to say about them. Shut your mouth. You don't care about black women. You don't protect black women. And stop using Ace Metaphor as a talking point.
All right, for context first, he's speaking about Ace Metaphor tonight's conversations. They kind of went through something a little messy, right? They got some issues going on. He's probably going to have to restaff. There's a lot of mess and drama. So what the man was speaking to, he was using Ace Metaphor as an actual metaphor for the manosphere. So his point was that based on Ace's show being popular, his sentiment is that men or women shouldn't be listening to men that don't have anything to say. So based on the video, we're going to go with a lady's perspective first. Let's go with Saudi. What was your thoughts on that video, and do you agree with the man's sentiment that women shouldn't be listening to men?
I didn't get the whole video, but I don't feel like women necessarily shouldn't be listening to men. I feel like it should be a little bit more discernment as far as the men that you're looking for. Like, you have to know their track record, what they get into. Because I feel like if we are talking to stand-up guys and they telling you, oh, you should move X, Y, Z when it comes to a man, then I'm going to take that advice. But if I'm like knowing what Ace Metaphor was getting into, like, hell no, we shouldn't have been listening to that nigga. Like, that's crazy. So yeah.
Okay, I like it. I like it. J. Ali, do you agree with his sentiment that based on what Ace going through, being that he has a real popular relationship talk show, do you think that that man's reaction, you think that his response or his action should be men shouldn't listen to women? Do you think that's a fair assessment? Why not?
So it sounds like he had some Derek Jackson stuff going on or something. Like
Yeah.
Oh man, okay.
It's like
He was
kinda,
wild.
because Derek Jackson's was a little different. Derek was literally cheating on his wife and had the side chick's house in the background while he was literally pandering to women. With Ace Metaphor shit, his shit is messy as hell. He wasn't paying those girls like that, except for Kitty. Kitty was starting to get paid the most. He was trying to fuck. He was fucking his assistants, plural,
fans.
and then he was trying to fuck his one of the girls. If you don't know, one of the girls that he eventually took off the show, the light brown one, that's the original ex-girlfriend of his from before he even got popular. He got popular based off of venting about her, and then he ended up putting her on the show, on for her to now to get replaced by Kitty, and then they had a whole bunch of drama going on with that. It's a lot. It's all messy, but it all comes down to Ace being a messy ass nigga.
For sure. Back to what you were saying, J. Ali. Do you think that man's sentiment was correct based off of all the drama from the tonight's conversation being popular? Do you think that the answer for women should be to not listen to black men?
I wouldn't make it so you don't listen to all of them, but kind of piggybacking off what Saudi said, you definitely got to practice discernment. And then after that Derek Jackson situation happened, or just in general with social media, I kind of just give everything the side eye. I don't know what's real. A bunch of AI videos be popping up and stuff. So I kind of don't take everything at face value anymore. If it's on social media, if I take a liking to something or somebody, I try to do some background on it. But yeah, I don't listen to everybody because not everybody should be talking. So yeah, I agree, but I wouldn't say you should listen to all men. Just practice discernment on who you listen to or who you take advice from.
I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, fellas, one at a time. Let's get some opinions on what y'all just heard. What y'all think about the
I'm gonna go
video?
ahead and get mine out the way, cause I don't be knowing these niggas no way. You feel me? I'm go ahead and get mine out the way and shit. So it's like this. You feel me? He sound like a hoe because he telling women don't listen to men because he beefing with a nigga. You feel what I'm saying? That I guess people listen to that doing shit on the side. So now, being that you listen to Ace Atmosphere, or whatever the fuck the nigga name was, now I don't listen to all man. You sound like a hoe. You doing that shit what women do. It's like a bitch, nigga. Shut up. That's all I got.
Ace Atmosphere is crazy.
You beefing with that man. Now you projecting this lot. See, these hurt people too loud because of the internet. Soon when people get hurt, they run to the internet, and oh, please don't let them have a voice. They trying to poison their goddamn body. Whole shit, man.
I like it. I like it. Anybody else? Any other fellas want to give their opinion on the video?
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I went on my way to get as much info on that entire situation as possible. I ain't even think you was gonna bring that in here, but fuck that nigga. It's basically I mean, technically, Derrick Jackson was just pandering out the ass, and everything he was saying was bullshit. Like, he was basically just lying to motherfuckers because he was doing the total opposite of what he was preaching. As far as Ace, the shit that he was preaching, he wasn't going against. He was just a dirty ass motherfucker in terms of his people. Like, he was backstabbing just his own crew. So just to feed his own pockets. So he was a fucked up individual. But he also proved, technically, even though he was a fucked up ass individual, he also proved that these men and women ain't shit. He proved that he proved that he was fucking around with women that were married. They came at him first. So that's wild. He proved that he wasn't shooting shot at married women. These married women came to him. So he proved that, you could call him a fucked person for what he was doing to his teammates. But as far as this whole thing that he was saying about how people in this world are fucked up individuals, he was technically right. He was. Six married women? That's crazy. And they all came to him? Come on now. You can't trust your own wife now? That's wild.
That nigga was wild. Ardo, what you think about the video or just tonight's conversation fiasco and how it affects what we're going through now?
Like when I'm like looking at how he set up his show and all of them chicks, what else is it? Like, they on tour, they, you know what I'm saying, probably in the same hotels, moving around away from they whoever's, and the dude with the power, the chick's not gonna be attracted to that. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael Jackson didn't have to go look, like, you know what I'm saying, even on the movie, bro. The chicks are sneaking in to get to Michael Jackson. Right, he basically Michael Jackson when he on that tour. He the star. So even the chicks that got somebody see him as a more powerful man. So like they hypergamy saying, "Oh, is this man better than my man?" And they sitting there watching him control the crowd every day. People coming to see him. He the one paying everybody. He the boss. So I'm saying it makes sense. Like, that's what dudes be saying. Oh, you don't want your chick out there like that. There's this type of stuff that happened. Mm-hmm. But then like Bino would say that ain't my chick anyway if she out there like that.
That's a fact. Now, based on that, like, if let's say you had your old lady, sister, niece, auntie that was subscribed to tonight's conversations, do you think, to level set, because I think that doing the video was extreme as fuck, right? Like, we gotta call it like it is. But do you think that it would be good advice to tell women not to subscribe to that show anymore? Like, do you think that's still valuable information even with the fuckery?
I don't think it's valuable information, but the women find it like it's the confirmation bias that he present. Like when they be like, like he just say stuff that they already was thinking. So it's valuable as entertainment for them. I don't think that he's solving nothing. He not like because I guess they say he talks straighter at the show than he do on his Instagram post, but yeah, he not solving no problems. He not telling them like you the problem. He not seeing that's not what's packing the crowd with women. By telling them they the problem.
Okay, so you think it's more pandering?
Yeah, he for sure pandering. It's money in that.
That's a fact. Universe, what were your thoughts on the video or the controversy with the Tonight Conversation show?
Yeah, I don't know enough about that situation, man.
I feel you. But let's say, I'm gonna just give you a broad stroke. Let's say that there's a popular show that a lot of women subscribe to. They were doing tours around United States, And so they were giving advice. The problem was that the panelists, it got a little messy, you know, a little infidelity on all sides, mismanagement of funds, all types of wild shit. Based on that, just that small piece of information, do you agree that the sentiment or the logic behind the man in the video, which is pretty much saying, based on all of that shit, women shouldn't be listening to men that aren't worthy to be listened to? Like,
No.
that's a more fair question.
Yeah, no.
Hey,
Based on that, there's no such thing as that. No, he's wrong. There's no such thing as all girls should or should not listen to all guys. And even if it's not that situation that you told me, just as a general rule, there's no such thing as all girls should or should not listen to all guys.
Got you.
Right. Hey, look, though, my fault, though. So that dude right there in tonight's conversation?
No, that was just a random guy giving his opinion based on this.
But the ace metaphor is the head guy or the creator of tonight's conversation. Yeah.
No, not the beard guy, not the big beard guy. The guy with the shorter cut.
Yeah.
Oh, the nigga
got the peach fuzz beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I knew that nigga was a slime ball, though. I knew that nigga was a coward. Yeah, that shit makes sense. Yeah.
That's funny.
I hope nobody was listening to that nigga.
Bro, he was packing out.
Yeah, this nigga was making. You know how much, Bino? You know how much those tickets are to go to those places?
Yeah, I know. Tonight conversation popping, but they supposed to be listening to the beard nigga.
They listen to him, but the person that caused all the controversy ended up being Ace, the main guy of the whole thing. At the end of the day, he is the head runner.
Oh, okay, he the head runner, but yeah, that don't surprise me. He got caught lacking though.
Yeah, he's on bullshit. I like it. Now, to follow up that video again, because that was based on the premise of women or a man going to men. The first question I want to ask from the black women complaints, and we'll start with Saudia. Saudia, do you think? Let me see which one I want to ask you. Do you think black men fail to show emotional vulnerability in their relationships? And Jay Ali, I'm sorry, Jay Ali. We'll ask you first, Saudi. Saudi, do you think that men fail to show emotional vulnerability in their relationships?
So I do think that. But sometimes I do feel like we don't always open that door for them too. So.
Okay. I like it. Jay Ali, same question. Do you think that black men fail to show emotional vulnerability in relationships?
I would say yes, but I don't know if it's necessarily about. Well, I guess it could be about the person you're with being open to it, but I also think it can come from childhood too, because we tell, if it's with boys, we tell them stop crying, suck it up, and I think that carries into adulthood with not being able to express their emotions. So I think it can start from there too.
I agree with that as well.
Okay, that's dope. Sharon, what's going on, good brother? How are you? Good to see you.
Good day, everyone. Good day to the panel. Shout out to the voice of being. Shout out to the voice of Beaters for sharing it, so I know that you was live. I didn't know you did your own thing as well. Shout out to everybody. I just came to show some love and just want to be a part of the conversation as well.
For sure. Let me start you out generally, and then I'll ask you the question that was on the table. What do you think about gender wars, bro? What do you think? Why do you think we are in the gender war? Do you think it's more the problems are real? Do you think it's self-accountability? Let's start there.
I think the gender wars is just a lack of understanding cultures. People believe that other cultures is not going through the same trials and tribulations with relationships, and not understanding that every culture has their own relationship issues. And what we really got to do is get better at communicating. And that's the real issue. It's not really gender wars, really communicating with one another. Men communicate different from women, and men need to understand how women communicate, and then they'll be able to build with their person that they chose.
I like it. So you think that if we had to put on a scale, what do you think will weigh more? Do you think the gender war is more based off of what's actually happening, or people not taking accountability for the scenarios they put themselves in?
Yeah, I think men in particular, they gotta pay attention to the type of woman that they like. They tend to focus on the woman that they say they are not interested in. That is a big issue. So if you want a certain type of woman, you need to go after that woman and not try to spend time with things that you're not really trying to wife up. Because a lot of times when we hear them talk, they're like, yeah, but I still got to I got to hit that, you know, and I got to go ahead and tap that. But while I'm waiting for my wife, and they don't understand that's going to slow them down from meeting that actual person that is for them.
Okay. I like it. So you think that focusing on self will get them better outcomes, which will lead to less gender wars or less conversation about gender wars?
I think it's really more about like self-reflection. A lot of men are not taught to self-reflect on the things that is in and out of their life and their circumference and they circle what they pay attention to. It's just like, it's very simple for me. Like, it's just like when you buy a red Nissan Altima, all of a sudden you're going to see red Nissan's Altimas. Gotcha. And all of a sudden you think everybody they was following you, and now all of a sudden these Nissan Altimas out there. So the same thing. So if you start to look for whatever is your ideal of a good woman, whatever that is, you'll start to see them more and more. But the problem is you wasting your time with a car that you don't actually want. You just want to drive it really fast, but you can't really maintain that fast car. So now every time you see a Lamborghini, oh, look at that Lambo. And you're doing whatever scam you got to do to get it, rent it. You know, strip club is what I mean by renting it. You know what I'm saying? That's the correlation to it. So they just got to get more focused on what they actually can obtain. Really, you probably better off getting a Maxima. It's still got 300 horses. Hey, you have a little fun and you won't get locked up.
That's fair. I like it. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe to the SPS podcast. Like I said, we just did a video that was focused on advice for women to men. I want to then shift again. So we just did a woman's complaint and we watched a video that was from a perspective to women. So now we're going to do the exact opposite in this next clip. We're going to kind of get more from the perspective of men speaking of women. And I'm going to bring a man's complaint to the table. So let's get into this video and then I'm going to ask my question.
We hear women come up and talk about how successful they are and how intimidated men are. And they never say a word about their character. And I just can't help but think about how turned off women get when men lead with money and lead with accomplishment and end up having nothing but unavailability and coldness and lack of emotional development, because that unfortunately is what it takes to succeed in certain career fields. You can look it up. And for some reason, women think that the success that they've amassed has somehow happened without them becoming devoid of a lot of the personality and relationships that men are devoid of. And they flex their accomplishments and money the same way men do. And somehow, we make it different every time. Every time. No disrespect to you, but you didn't say about being a good woman. Nothing. Why you didn't say no. I'm just gonna, all that, bro. Didn't say nothing about. I can tell you what. This is about a larger point. This is not about her as an individual. We don't hear I'm successful. I got my degree and I've been in therapy the last 3 years working out my issues. I just bought a house and I also identified my childhood trauma and it took inventory over my baggage and I got it out the way. Oh, also I'm loyal.
All right. Shout out to the good brother. Let's go with the ladies. Let's get them in first, and then we'll kind of do a round robin with the fellas. Jay Ali, what was your thoughts on the video? Do you think that his sentiment had merit? So the basis of what he was saying was, you know, women come with the expectations, and they put in work to get where they are, but they haven't done the inventory of self. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
It depends.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta think about mine. Come back to me. I gotta think about it.
Hey, Shana, do you mind if I share it to my audience as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. Saudi, do you think what he said had merit? Do you think that when women, after they've done all the work to kind of get where they wanted to be monetarily, do you think that in mass women don't do the self-inventory work as well? Like they don't get the healing from the trauma, the intangibles. They don't really talk about what they've been working on and progressing on themselves when they're out here projecting what they want in men? Do you think that women do the work while they're asking for what they want?
So when I first looked at the video, I was like, I wasn't fucking with it. But then when I listen more, I'm like, all right, I see his point of view.
Okay.
But so to answer the first question, yes, I do feel like that, because once again, this goes back to one of the things that we said about when we do go to, like, I think it was something about when couples go to counseling, a lot of the times the female is the one to check out first. I just feel like we don't, like, sometimes we don't do the work, um but we accomplished all of these things just to keep up with the momentum of a man, because I feel like, in a sense as well, sometimes you may not even have like the degree, the job, the money, and that man can still in return have those same type of resentment towards you, just off of the strength of who you are as an individual.
Gotcha.
So I just feel like it's just I don't want to say it's a female or a man. I just feel like that's a personal trait.
So you think it's genderless? You think that a lot of
Yeah,
people that want things, they're not doing the work of self?
absolutely.
Okay. Before I get to the guys that agree, is there anybody left on the panel, Jolly included, that disagree with his sentiment? Do you think that he was off base on what he was saying? Before we get to people that agree.
Yeah, I think he was off base. I think there was a lot of general things there that could apply to both sexes. And I think people need to understand when these conflicts happen, sometimes the problem is the person is with the person who's not their first choice then.
Tell me more.
So, for example, let's say you're a young couple or you're an older couple or whatever, and you're married to someone. You love them, you're supporting, you're not going to leave and all that. But you think about your first one, the first person you had sex with, your first girlfriend, someone in high school, someone you wanted, and that's your first choice. And a lot of people say that as society gets older and older, as humans evolve, they get married later and later and later in life. Not only does it get harder to find someone, but they get stuck in their ways, and it's hard for them to live with someone. They need their space, or they just don't want to settle with one person. But in the old days, in your grandpappy and grandmommy days, way back in the days, people used to get married younger. And I'm not saying that was a reason they stayed together. There's many reasons they stayed together. But one of the reasons they stayed together, it was because it was their first. They grew with the person. They fell in love with the person. They knew them since they were teenagers, and it works. So it's not about right and wrong. It's about action and reaction. If you live in a society where you're getting older and you're with multiple people and you're not with your first true love and all that, it's not bad or good. It's just going to be cause and effect. But if you, on the other side, get married young, fall in love young, have sex young, or whatever, it's not right or wrong. It's just cause and effect. In other words, there's an action and reaction. I think a lot of people who are together, a lot of the reasons they have these conflicts, it's because they're not with their first choice.
Okay. Okay. I like that. What you got, Bino?
Now, to the point, to be fair, you know what I'm saying, he did mention, like, Golly was saying it's not really a gender, it's a general thing, not a gender thing, but to be fair, he did mention that you can imagine how, we can imagine how much women hate when men leave with their money or accomplishments. But in return now, when he was talking to that woman, obviously, that she was mentioning that shit, they doing the same shit. You feel what I'm saying? And like, even though it's corny for a man to lead with his money or accomplishments, I think it's a good to know for the woman, because all women basically want to protect the provider. I think it's worse when women do that shit, because who gives a shit? We don't give a fuck, bro, about what the fuck what your job got going on. What you got going on your job? It don't correlate to you being a wife to me. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, it's already corny enough that men do that. Y'all hate it, and then they adopt the same shit when you ask them, or when they speak of themselves, what makes them a good woman. A lot of women, successful women, stick to that shit. That don't mean shit to us. Like he was saying, like, I don't give a shit. Like, what you doing for self? What you doing? Like, what's making you a better woman? It ain't gonna be your job. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So
But I
that's You know what I'm saying?
I
So,
feel what
Go ahead,
Vinny
Shawty.
saying.
but to be fair, he mentioned dudes doing that shit too. So he wasn't just saying women. He was speaking in general, but what he was just, I think what he was doing is more so saying y'all doing the same shit y'all hate that we did, that we've been doing for years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go
And
ahead,
that's
Shawty.
facts. But I feel like sometimes, like, women lead with that is because they were put in those situations where at some point they didn't have those. They didn't have those merits. And they had a man that looked down upon them because they didn't have it. So now it's like, all right, I got this and I'm no longer with that man. I want you to know I'm not just this. I have X, Y, and Z because of that past experience. So I feel like it could be
That's
because of that as
fine.
well.
That's
Like, I'm
fine.
not
But
saying
all
it's right, but
we
I'm just
understand.
saying.
Yeah, that's fine. But what we saying is, man, that shit don't correlate for us to give a shit if you're a good woman to us. See what I'm saying? Like that's fine that y'all didn't do this, y'all couldn't be able to do this, couldn't do this. So it's not like, well, I think that's because men do it for because certain reasons too. But regardless of doing it, it don't correlate to being a good husband or well, it actually do correlate to being a good husband because it goes into that providing situation. But for women, like what you know what I'm saying, unless you say you accomplished this and we about to partner up, you feel what I'm saying, or some shit like that's your attention, like of saying that, like I got this, I could bring along to the table with you and we can do this together, but that's not how why man or woman do that shit. So I get
No,
what you're
I
saying.
agree
Like,
with you. I'm
you know what
just
I'm saying?
saying that could probably be the
Yeah,
reason why. Like, I agree
yeah. I
with you
think
what you're
I think
saying.
either way the reason is the reason should. I think either way the reason is whack for man or
Yeah,
woman
it's
to do it.
bullshit, but I'm just saying I still gotta look
Yeah,
on the other side, you know?
yeah, for sure, for sure,
It wouldn't be salty if I didn't.
for sure, for sure.
We love you for that, Shawty. Venus, what's going on? How you love?
Hey, Venus.
What's up, Venus?
Think she's still getting the connectation. We'll get back to her. All right, fellas. Anybody else? What were your thoughts on the video? Do y'all
Hey
agree? Do
man,
y'all
we gonna
disagree with
strictly talk
sentiments?
about the
Can
the
y'all hear me?
video.
Yeah, now we can hear you,
Strictly
We can
Venus.
hear you.
talking about the video.
Okay.
Buddy said nothing wrong.
Okay.
First off, he was directly talking about the woman, but he also implied that it's not just about you directly, it's a bigger thing. It's not just about, like Bino said, like it ain't just about just the women, but it's on both sides. It's one thing to brag about basically being a fucking adult. It's another thing to talk about the negative parts that you got going on in your life. Cause all of us got it. Ain't nobody out here walking around their whole life just happy go lucky chill, ain't never been touched by a flame. All right. So yeah, you could tell me, you could brag about, oh, I got the job, I got the car, I got this. You want to brag about being a fucking adult? That's cool, I guess. But let's talk about the parts that are fucked up. Did you correct those? What was your last bad relationship? How did that end? Oh, it ended like that. How did you overcome those traumas, those issues? Oh, you didn't? We got problems. Because then that means I might end up being affected by those last burns. However, you got burned by that last person. Now you gonna burn me? You gotta fix yourself. Just because y'all can brag about all that good shit that you got going on, bragging about being an adult, if it don't mean nothing at the end of the day, if you ain't fixed you. You can have the job, the money, the house, but at the end of the day, how are you? Are you good? Mentally, are you good? Are your wounds healed? Are you mentally okay? You feel me? So all that shit cool and all, but like he said, if you gonna tell me about all this good stuff you got, but you ain't telling me about how you've bettered you as a person, all that shit don't mean nothing then.
I, I think it depends on when we having that conversation, because that sounds like it's a very general. It could go for men and women. I think when people start talking about the things that they are working on, that's a very vulnerable state for either sexes, and so I think is you cannot rush into just telling whoever your possible partner all of your bad traits off the jump. So I agree. You have to work on yourself and let people see your scars and say, hey, this happened to me. But it got to be a certain time when you do it. So this way, that person, you could trust that person that they won't throw that back in your face. Well, what that other person did to you. And then now you feel a certain way. And then now you scarred again. Now you got re-scarred. And now the third person, because now you holding back. So I think we got to be the time, I really believe. So I think it's very good advice, but it depends on the time. What CJ was saying.
I like that. I like that, Sharon. Appreciate
So Sharon, you think though, like absolutely, I agree, right? But you think like when it's coming to getting to know a woman, just like when men lead with his accomplishments and his money, women are now doing it because they are now having accomplishments and money. So with that being said, you feel what I'm saying? What does that matter to us? Even you ain't gotta tell me about your traumas or what you working on, but give me something besides that you made it. You're a college graduate and now you're a doctor. Cool, great. Like CJ saying, like you got the opportunity, you took advantage. We've been doing that shit for years. It doesn't correlate to you being a good woman for me. You feel what I'm saying? As a girlfriend and wife. So what can they do besides leading with that they could say, you know what I'm saying? Like type shit.
I think if I was back in the day, Mark, and I hear women leading with her accomplishments, I would just look at that as a positive part of her ego, and she is prideful of that. And I wouldn't look at that as a negative. I would want somebody to lead with their accomplishments at first, so this way we could get through kind of an understanding of each other. This is what I came from the dirt and I got here. And she said, hey, I started at wherever she started at, and I got here. I think it is a good, solid foundation to build up the concept. What made you get into this career, and what made you, and how did you? Oh, that was awesome. What trials and tribulations you went through to get through these situations. So now I can start to really. That's how I will dig deeper into what's actually going on in her mind.
Okay, absolutely, right. So that should be okay for dudes to do the same. Why dudes can't do that for the same reasons dudes do it? Why it's a consensus that's corny for dudes to do that, but it's okay for women to do it.
I think it's about the tone. I think that it is okay for men to be braggadocious and be prideful of where they came from. I think sometimes some men that are online, the ones that are doing, they are kind of jaded and they use a certain tone that is trying to belittle the other person. And I think that is the real issue behind the rhetoric.
You know what though?
He hit that on the head for me, and that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, I feel like when a lot of men lead with the money, it's more so with the ego and like this like whole persona that comes behind it. Like, it just don't be these are my accomplishments I got here. It'd be like more egotistical with it, and like I feel that.
But you know what though? Now I know this is a big time generalization. I know this, okay? So you don't have to tell me that I'm wrong. But just think about this. Most of the things that guys do when they're being what you said, braggadocious, and they're trying to like act like they're the man, they got all this. It's because they're trying to impress a girl. In other words, if they knew that every girl wanted a guy to be simple and humble and respectful and kind, they would be doing the opposite. What I'm saying is, most guys do things to impress a girl.
That's a great point. However, I think they get the advice of being braggadocious from the wrong men. If you hear most women, you just listen to a woman, ask her what she likes. She don't say she want. Majority of women say they want a nice, humble man that's going to be honest and kind. Not this. They don't want the. I don't know who's the example, but they don't want the one that's just flamboyant for no reason. Like, yeah, you got a job and you got a nice car, cool, but who are you? Like, so like it is a level to it. So I think sometimes a lot of men, they get caught up in the wrong type of man, leading them into thinking this is what all women, I gotta be 6 foot, 6 figures, and 6 this and 6 that. And really in real life, none of that shit actually matters.
You're not
hell no, it don't.
You're not. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but don't think of it like guys are saying it's got to be one way or another. What guys are saying is that can you hear me? Hello? Oh yeah. What guys are saying is if they have that money and that flash and they have that arrogance and all that, it's going to be easier for them to get some girls.
Right. That's what I mean. So, and being somebody that came from being broke, I was able to get women being broke. So that whole ideology of you got to have these things, it don't mean anything if you yourself as a man is not standing as who you are, where you at in life. Because that's what women really want. They want to see you. It doesn't matter if you at the bottom, but if you have ambition, you could communicate, you demand presence when you walk inside rooms and all these things. This is why you're going to attract a woman. You don't need
Sharon, you know what?
superficial stuff that they try to say that you need, because we see it every day. It's a 5-foot Mexican that got a wife.
You know what, Sharon? You got a point. I think the dudes that do lead with that and be braggadocious about that probably didn't get women when they was broke. You probably right. You probably right. You know what I'm saying? Because if you get money, it don't matter whether you was broke or once you get accomplishments. If you was familiar with women, what you got don't matter. So you got a point. You got a point.
Like it, I like it.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, what's going on? Good evening.
We can hear you, Venus.
Hi, everybody.
What's
I
up,
like this
Venus?
show.
What's up, Venus?
Y'all is doing a great job. Okay. Thank you for coming, Sharon. Okay, I agree with the man actually in the video. Sorry, I'm a little sick. I think those things are important, right? To be fair, like anybody is going to be proud of what they accomplish, right? So these things are a part of me now, to be fair, right? So if you ask me about me, these things that I accomplished, that I worked so hard for, are also a part of me, right? So they might answer the conversation. But overall, I think women don't have to really think about those things. I think that's just the reality. I think women could just step outside and somebody's going to want to talk to her.
That's right.
So now think about that. If that's your existence, when did you ever have to sit down and think about what value do I add? That's not really, just being honest, something women have had to think about too much. The other thing is we are taught to value too much of the wrong thing and none of the right thing, right? Because he was talking about character. Right. And I don't really hear much of that on either side, right? Everybody's leading with their material possessions or their titles or their accolades, right? I think that all of us are taught to put so much stock into all of these external things and not enough into self, right? And so that's why a lot of times when you ask people tell you about themselves, you'll notice that most people can't. They have no idea. They're gonna tell you about, well, I went to school here, I got this car, I got this job. Most people can't even tell you who they are.
That's a fact.
That's a bar.
That's a bar. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Can I ask a question, DJ Strata?
Absolutely. What you got, brother?
I got a question. When it comes to most girls who are single, I'm not saying all girls, okay? I'm just saying most girls who are single. Is there any good reason for them to be single? Like, in other words, what I'm asking is, do you think they really can't find a guy?
I think, well, if you're asking a question to me, I think it's not about finding a guy. I think that finding a guy that they're compatible with is what you kind of see the hang up. So I don't know if it's about them being single because they can't find a guy, right? I think that just like with men, think about it. If a man has worked hard and he's done the work of self. We ain't talking about the worldly shit. If he's done the work, he want to make sure he finds somebody that's compatible. So I think that with women, it's kind of a lopsided question to ask, because the assumption is that all right, so I'm gonna give you a better example. When you're an enlightened person, you attract everything that's dark and that's light. But just because you attract it don't mean you want it. Right?
Yeah.
So,
let me. Yeah. My question.
So
I didn't clarify my question. Yeah. Sorry. No, I think my question, I didn't explain it properly. What I'm saying is, we all understand all the reasons a guy or girl will be single. We know there's multiple reasons, or maybe it's one reason. It depends on each individual. But as a general rule, I'm asking as a general rule, when it comes to whatever a girl wants, whatever she wants stability, education, money, all of the above. Is there any reason for most girls to have, do they have any good reason to stay single? Like, why, when they say they can't find a guy, do you buy that?
I think that
that's what I'm saying. I think that's what he's saying. It's not about finding a guy, but finding a guy that works for them.
Yeah,
right.
like if you basically what you're saying is because men are so accessible, I should just settle for one.
Not settle. Not settle. I think because like what you said earlier, and I agreed with you, that a girl can just go outside and just smile and a bunch of guys will know her. I think no matter what a girl wants, if she wants a combination of things, everything, whatever, I don't believe that in general, I'm talking about in general now, I don't believe that it's, as time passes, that there should be a reason for a girl to set up a situation where she's like, I just can't find the right guy for me. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just asking realistically. Like, if someone let's take someone who's, well, a lot of people like if Jennifer Lopez told you, I can't find the right guy. Now, we know that doesn't make any sense. But what if you had a Jennifer Lopez who wasn't rich and famous, but she had good money, she was nice and educated and all that, and she said, I can't find the right guy. It's not that it's impossible. Things happen. People can't find the right person sometimes. But as a general rule, do you think most girls who are able to get a guy and who stay single, do you find it questionable if they tell you they can't find the right guy then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that means I feel like you use Jennifer Lopez. So with me, this lady has been married several times. She's the problem. So it's like,
the point.
so it's like, yeah, we could find somebody, we could be with them. That don't mean necessarily we're going to stay with them if I'm still the problem.
There you go. That's my point. And I'm talking about the girls in this country. I don't mean to be like belittling or mean. I admit there's lots of girls who genuinely cannot find a good guy. And I know lots of guys are dogs, they're liars, they beat their women and all that. I get all that. I just think as a general rule, if you are a woman, if you're, you got good looks, you got a nice personality, you make some money, whatever. I just think you can at some point easily find a good guy that you'll like.
I got a question for you. Do you have kids?
In this country, where you from?
No.
Okay. Well, I only asked that question because
he said this country. Where you from?
No, I'm from America. I'm from America, USA.
Okay. So the reason why I asked that question is I think that my sentiment when I heard that question, being a girl dad, right? I know that how I'm rearing my daughter, that she's gonna have a lot of qualities that's gonna attract a lot of men, right? I can't see myself if she say, Daddy, I'm trying to find a boyfriend. We talking about, her vetting husbands and shit. I can't see myself telling her because there's 15 dudes in the inbox, 5 dudes that holler at the mall that just pick one. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's kind of what my brain went there. It's like, I would want her to be real mindful with what she chooses, right? Because again, if we want to be honest about the conversation, just like the guys on the panel, we go to a strip club and all the strippers are like, hey, what's going on? Even in a situation where we talking about the most primal shit, you would even be picky then. Like, let's say it was guaranteed you're going to have sex with one of the strippers. Even a man in that same scenario with a bunch of options, he even would be like, would I do this? Would I do that? So even if we take it to the extreme of the other side of your example, I think that we all, even in our choices, we want to find the most compatible choice. And I think that that's what makes it not as simple as because men want you, choose one, right?
So let me ask you, do you think forget about men and women, humans, do you guys think most humans, and you can tell me if it's too broad of a question, I'll accept that, but do you guys think most humans basically want a spouse who's the most compatible, period?
Make it more specific.
Right. So in other words, if compatibility was the biggest thing, who's the most compatible? I would like to believe that most humans, especially women, could easily find someone who's compatible. So I guess we should break down what does it mean to be compatible.
Can I say something to him?
I don't think it's more compatible. I think it's more flexibility. We tend to be more flexible than men.
Really?
I'll let Venus go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, I'll go after you. Go ahead and finish this.
Oh no, that's all I was saying. I don't feel like like I said, like I feel like we're able to be more so chameleon versus
what?
Men. Like
what?
So
go ahead.
That's it.
I don't like that he keeps on saying what it should be easy for women to do. You're not a woman, sir. Okay.
What's your point?
And I never said I was. Again, so you're speaking for women.
I never said I was a woman.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
So you're speaking for what it should be easy for women to do. You're not a woman. You don't know what we look for in men, obviously, or you wouldn't be saying that, right?
Okay. You weren't here. You weren't here earlier. I said a lot of things where I was defending women and I questioned men, and I said I know I'm generalizing and being broad. If you heard my earlier statements, you'd understand I'm just packing on those ones. But if you just come in and you hear what I say, I totally get why you think I'm expecting women to do one thing and acting like I know what's good for women. I didn't mean it like that. You took it the wrong way.
Hey, but Saudi, you think?
Wait. I have not gotten to my point at all. Like,
go ahead, do you think, Venus?
But the point of the matter is, like, I don't know if you really understood what Strata was saying, because you're kind of trying to make it like, well, if you're compatible, just pick another Like, obviously, there's all these single people in the world, all these different people.
Right.
It's not as simple as the way you're making it sound for women. Obviously, it would be in more relationships.
No, that was my point. I'm on your side. That was my point. If it was just a matter of compatibility, then they shouldn't be single. But obviously, it's not that simple. So I'm asking if women are gonna make it seem like this is all I want, and then they say I can't find this. If it's a high percentage of these people, especially in a place like America, and it's not happening in Japan, it's not happening in Mexico, it's not happening in Brazil and all that, then you have to ask yourself, is there something different going on in America, or are women saying one thing and then contradicting themselves?
Well, that's not true, because Fatty's in Europe, right? And I remember him bringing up the fact that the marriage rates were pretty much very close to here in Europe, like right now.
Uh-huh.
So it's not just the USA thing, and that's somebody who lives over there.
But I didn't just say Europe. I said Mexico, Brazil, Japan. I didn't even say Europe.
Let's level set it. Let's level set it.
You said this place, this country. You made it seem like it was a USA thing.
It is.
Telling you it's not. That's the whole. What do we?
Because in many countries in the world, it's highly unlikely to have higher divorce rates, or it's highly unlikely to have larger single people at an older age. Like if you go to India, which is not a Muslim country, it's not an extremist country, it's a Hindu country and Buddhist, they have a 1% divorce rate. 1%. Over 1 billion people.
All right, let's reel it back in. Let's get back onto your original premise. Your original premise was that if women have options, why are they still single? So let's get Sharon to retort, and I'm gonna go to J. Ali, a woman, to kind of get her perspective, like what is actually happening based on.
I don't gotta get into it too much.
We're gonna go Sharon, J. Ali, and then Arnold, and then we'll.
Yeah, we gotta let Arnold talk, because this nigga been over here eating fucking jail ramen noodles or some shit for like a hot minute, and I'm tired of looking at it. I need that nigga to say something.
We'll get him in. We got it. What you got, Sharon?
And I think it kind of comes with my beginning statement, right? That people they think they understand other cultures, but they're not a part of other cultures that really understand what's going on in other parts of the world. If you was a part of other cultures, you'll see they have worse relationship problems than what we are having. We actually have a pretty good divorce rate according to the world. We pretty high up in the scene. I think we like in the top 20, right? Our marriages last about 8 years. Other places around like 4. Especially the places that most people are saying going to get their passport to go to. Those are the places where it's the worst divorce rates. Most people not getting no passports to go to India to get no Hindu woman, right? They know they can't do that because they're not a part of that culture. So I think we got to just really focus in on who we are as individuals and learn how to communicate better. We don't have to gaslight the conversation. Just say exactly what you want to say and not try to piece it all together. What about this and what about that? We don't need no metaphors. We are all grown people here. Just say what you got to say, get to your statement so we can really mine out the conversation.
I feel like I'm being attacked now all of a sudden. Wow, all right.
Oh no, you good, brother. We just having a conversation. Let's get
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Saudi. You good? What you got to say?
Oh no, and I just wanted to add on. What's the man who was just speaking?
Yeah, I'm the one who doesn't understand world culture.
No, the other one. I'm sorry.
How you doing? My name is Sharon. My name is Sharon.
Sharon.
How you doing, Saudi?
To hit on to what he was saying, like even when I went to visit Jamaica, like they have a billboard. Like I feel like anytime that you have a billboard about domestic violence, that's a problem. So it's like we look at other countries, but they're like he said, like we don't really take it to account. Like I think we just be looking at the surface level.
Okay, I like that. So let's get J. Ali's perspective. Then we're gonna get Arnold. J. Ali, let's speak to his original premise in question. Are you with us, J. Ali?
Yeah. So was the original question was like, why are women still single? Is that that what we started at? Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And we going off of
That was a little different, but no problem.
Oh no, reframe it for me, brother.
Yeah, no, what I'm basically asking, not why are they single? If they're saying that this is what they want, and you know they can get it, do you question why so many women in America at a higher age stay single?
But that means they can't get it though. They're not getting something.
Long enough, you might get an answer though. Like, let her finish. Why do you keep cutting every woman off?
No, because I want to. Well, to be fair, I'm like kind of like in and out because I'm trying to take care of my son's stuff. But whatever. But what did you say? If you can just repeat it for me.
Yeah.
What they want and. Okay, I'm sorry.
I hope the other girl doesn't attack me for just helping, explain what I said.
Brother just had a conversation.
Yeah, so, and I hope she knows that. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, if girls say, this is what I want, all right, and she's capable of getting what she wants, and she stays single as she gets older, and then she says, I can't find the right guy. I'm not saying it's impossible to not find someone. I'm asking, if so many girls can't find someone, do you question why they can't find someone? Why are they single for such a long time?
Wait, what are they saying they want? Is it like a general?
So what I said earlier was some girls say whatever they want. They could say, I want a guy for looks, money, personality, or all of the above. Anything that they want. If they have it in them to get someone and they're not getting someone, it's possible they can't find someone. I'm not hating on women. I'm just asking, if a high percentage are not getting married, do you question that? Like, why are they saying I can't find someone?
You're just asking the question just to be asking it?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused.
Because I'm not gonna lie, Universe, I think that when you framed it, it's like you framed it 3 different ways every time you re-ask the question. So it's kind of hard for her to pin down exactly either what you're trying to mine out with her or the point that you want to make. So I guess for the last time, give me in about 1 sentence what you would like to glean from her, and then we'll go from there.
I'll just keep it simple. Because somebody said something earlier, I don't remember what the topic was, so I was just following up with it. But just to keep it simple, since everyone is really confused about this, I think women can easily find the guy they want, and I think lots of them don't go for the guy they want, or they just contradict themselves. They'll say they want this kind of guy, and they don't go for it. I'm making it as clear as possible then.
Okay. So there's no question in that? That's the statement?
That was not clear.
Well, since my question is not taken, I'm to make a statement, yeah.
Okay. Well, Jay Ali, do you have a response to that? Do you think that his premise is correct? Do you think that what women say they want versus what they do you think it matches? Is it contradiction? What do you think about that?
Inconsistency, yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm still confused. But can I just make another point? I guess it kind of goes within.
Yeah, you good.
I keep hearing this good word, right? This good man, and what? Just because somebody is good doesn't mean that they're the one for you. It's a lot. It could be a lot of good people out here. That's not the only criteria, though. It's plenty of. It can be a handful or a bunch of good men. That doesn't necessarily make them the man for me, right?
Right.
There are some other things that I'm going to look for in a man besides him just being a good man. And I think it should go the same way with a man too. A woman just being good doesn't necessarily make her the woman for you. She could be nice, she could be sweet, she could bring you a plate of food, but it may be some things that you may need from a woman that goes beyond just her being a good woman. There are some things that we need as a person that is different for everybody. That's what comes into play when we're looking for our mate. So the good is just, you come across people from the store, they just are so sweet. They, they bagging your groceries up. Girl, I love you. Or, what I'm saying? They make you have a good day. But that might be the woman. It might not be the woman for you, right? So I don't like when people say, oh, when it's all these good people out there, just pick one. No.
Hey,
you have
can
to
I
find
just
the person that aligns with you and aligns with the core of you. Because everybody that's on this panel right now, we're all different. So what Sharon wants, what Strada wants, what Bino wants, CJ, Arnold, Saudi. I keep forgetting your name, sir. I'm sorry with the planet. But it's all different. So being good is kind of like I don't want to say that's like the bare minimum, but it's kind of like that's great, but it's still some other things that you need as a person because you're still an individual.
I think most people want the same things, to be honest.
But that's what
I want to bounce off what Jay Ali said right quick, right?
It just sounds like you want us to settle.
I want to bounce out what Jay Lee was saying right quick, right? I'm glad she said it, right? 'Cause I said the same shit on my other shit, right? I was like, but I was talking to dudes though, like dudes, fuck all that focusing on being good man. First of all, a person should just be a good person, good characteristic person. Just be a good person. Other than that, after that, just be a man. And you just being a man, a purpose of being a man without the idea of the woman being involved, you're gonna come across the woman that's gonna deem you as good, quote unquote, and that's for her. You know what I'm saying? But like, so just saying, I'm gonna be a good man for a woman. I'm gonna do this for a woman. Nah, nigga, just live your purpose as a man. Be a good person. Man and woman should be good people, good characteristic people. You feel what I'm saying? After that, just be a man, just be a woman. You automatically gonna be deemed as good to whoever is meant for you. You know what I'm saying? Because of different personalities, because of all that shit that Jay was saying. So in much better terms, she said it. In much simpler making terms that I said it. I said that shit before though. I like that's how I see the shit. You feel me?
Yeah, so
No,
pretty
that's
much
facts
that's the
though.
basis, and then you have other things that make you you.
Right.
Besides you going out here being a good person, there are other things that make you Bino, that make you Strata, that make you CJ, that make you Arnold. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Right. And that's gonna
that
fit for the right person. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Yeah, it's gonna fit
Okay.
whoever you are gonna fit for the right person. You feel what I'm
That's the only
saying?
point
Right
I wanted
woman.
to make because I don't
Yeah.
know what I'm just calling you Sir Guy. The Sir Guy was saying.
Yeah,
I was kind of
I just want
confused.
to defend myself on something. When I first came in here, I noticed most people, I didn't say everybody, most people were either on my side or not really questioning me. And I noticed when two new people came in here, in the last 5 minutes, I said the same things. I haven't changed anything. And all of a sudden, people are acting like they don't understand my English or something.
Nah, but you
Welcome
but
to
we
welcome to the
realize
agreement,
I've been
brother.
quiet for a hot
I
minute.
got,
Let me get in here real
hold on,
quick.
slow down,
Let me get in real quick.
hold on. I got it, bro. I got you.
He
So
basically what he was saying earlier, for the most part, I understood what he was saying. I don't care how many times he tried to reword the question for y'all. I personally understood his point of view. It just seemed like y'all didn't accept it. Like y'all needed it to be reworded or rebranded. Then when he changed it from a question to just a statement, I figured that maybe y'all understood it then. But it seemed like y'all just didn't take it, or you were confused, or I don't know what the issue was.
I
But
provide clarity.
I understood where he was. I understood what he was trying to get at and where he was coming from. But it seemed like y'all didn't. I don't understand
shit,
the why behind it.
Hold on. This is a
they
teachable
answered the
moment.
question.
Hold on.
The women, they answered the
Hold on.
question though.
Let's reel it
They
in.
answered the shit.
That's a fact. Now, this is
Wait.
what happens. Now,
Okay.
this is a teachable moment for everybody. Here at the SPS, we are the Raw Bunch for a reason, right? And again, if you just tuning in, the way we do things over here, I'm not really a fan of asking questions to make a point. I think when you came up here earlier, Universe, I think you were succinct in what you were saying. You had an opinion. We don't really do a lot of pushback and arguing over here. So let me get that straight. Like, we just having a conversation. We all cool. We're going to get off this and enjoy our nights and go on our Fridays, right? So again, I think that when we're having this conversation, I think what jammed it up, to your point, it wasn't the people that joined. It's that you went from having declarative statements to, like, when you asked the first question, I was trying to get the women to answer because you made an assumption based on women. And again, you asked the question to women. Like, if you all have men that are available to you, why can't you find one to be with? Was the premise of the question. And then when I got one woman response, it's almost like every time you re-asked it, you reframing it. So I think that to the future, if anybody joins a panel, this is an honest, open space. I'd rather you just say what it is you're thinking. And again, we could let that land, but it's gonna get messy when you're trying to either pull something out of the other person or make a point outside of it being declarative, right?
Yeah,
But I
and
think that
remember,
even with your
Shit,
questions,
he even said this might be too broad of a question for he asked the shit. So he
exactly.
this shit
Yeah,
was
like you kind
cold.
of conceded that it was a broad question too, brother.
Yeah.
But
if someone
Right.
would have
And
said,
I was
if someone would have said to me, "Hey, it's too broad. It depends," I would have never questioned it. I would have let it go and go to the next topic.
but I said that though.
I do
I
think
said that.
I do also think I don't even remember. I brought it up originally because someone, I think it was one of the ladies, somebody said something, and I was following up to that just to get a feel for the room. And I saw other people asking questions, so I thought, okay, I'll just ask a question.
yeah, and I
So
think
you
that
know, I agree with you because I think you had followed up on what I had said. I agree with you. Like I said, for the most part. But when you made the statement that you made, and when you like they said when you framed it, it was it was a broad statement, so I
Yeah,
couldn't really.
yeah. What
I
happened
felt
was
like you wanted us to settle more so than anything.
because what
So
happened
that's
was
just the
I was,
perception that I
you know,
took, and I don't know if I didn't understand the question
no,
right.
yeah, and
Like
I'm not
CJ
blaming you, by
said,
the way. Yeah, and by the way, you know what happens is it was kind of a lose-lose situation because if I make the question too simple and too here it is, people could either say, "Hey, bro, this is what you believe. You're acting like you know what's up for everybody," and I think one of the girls said that. So I thought, let me be fair to everyone and don't act like I have it figured out and just give a general question. But the reason I kept changing the details is because every time they asked me, "What do you mean?" I thought, let me explain more, let me explain more, let me give more details. And finally, when no one understood anything, I was just like, you know what? Forget the question, just make a statement, and then they can disagree with the statement, or they can just ask me a question, or ask, whatever.
And
I don't
that's
care.
so
back.
let me
That's
just
back to
say
my
this.
original premise. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna reel it in. I got you. I got you. Again, that's it. Let me moderate. Let me do my job. Again, back to the original premise. It stands here at the Raw Bunch. Y'all can have your opinion, but this is why we stay away from asking those clarifying questions that way. I'd rather you make a point. Now, if you got a question because somebody's talking, you truly don't understand what they're saying. That's fair. That's in bounds, right? But here on this show, that's house rules. Like I'd rather you just say what you gotta say and we can talk about it. We can deep dive. We can agree and disagree, but it keeps it cordial, right?
I know.
Because we're
Very much.
not, ain't nobody take a score on points. And again, I think that to your point earlier, and it's the last time I'm gonna say it, everybody's welcome here. But again, I'd rather you make the statement than ask the question because then we'll start having conversations about the conversation and it trips up, you know.
I
So
knew
let's
it was
keep
going.
it
I
back
knew
Yeah,
it
to
was
my
going. I
ADHD
knew.
kicking
I
in.
knew.
We need to go to the next subject because
I got you. I got
it's
you.
too much right now.
Hey y'all, I got
I
this.
knew. I
We
knew it was
good.
going to go that way.
We
I knew it
good.
was going to go that way when he came in this motherfucker asking questions.
It's
But
cool.
anyway,
It's cool.
All
It's
hey,
right,
let
cool.
all
Arnold,
right.
I got
let
you. I
Arnold.
got
Even
you.
Gino is
I
going
got
against me.
this. I
Gino, you
got
were
this, y'all.
agreeing
We
with me
cool.
earlier. What happened, man?
We
Yeah, he
good.
was
We
asking,
good.
but like he
Arnold.
said, I mean, I ain't the moderator, but what I'm saying, you came in, I would have said, bro, I don't even know we asked me no questions on my shit, bro. You feel what I'm
All
saying?
right,
I
all
got
right.
the question. You
I
asked.
can see that things are turning against me. I'll just leave you guys
No,
alone.
I agree with the questions, but when I first heard
See,
you, I was like,
that's what we
oh,
talking about.
this thing coming in, this
All good.
motherfucker
All
asking
good. All
questions on
good. Hey,
SBS,
whoa, whoa,
man.
whoa, whoa,
I'm playing,
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
playing,
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
playing.
whoa, 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 whoa,
No,
whoa. Hold on,
because
y'all.
no, since I've
Reel it
been here,
in, reel it
DJ
in, reel it
Strata,
in, reel it in, reel it
Gino,
in, reel it in, reel it in, reel it in, reel it in. We're gonna reset the room. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe to the SBS
Man, this man
podcast.
gonna mute my mic, CJ. Let me mute my mic. Go
Got
ahead.
to, brother. It ain't personal. It ain't personal, man. We gotta keep this thing rolling. We got a lot of
Yeah,
people in.
but
Let's
yeah,
get
we're
some
gonna talk
content.
after this. You let it get this far though. Go ahead,
All
really make
good.
it.
We gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. Arnold, so what was your premise? What did you want to speak to based on what you saw?
I think they're like telling the man what she attracted to. So in those conversations, when she getting up there and she assuming that the man is intimidated by those things, but she don't correlate it to how she acts in that relationship. So she think he running away because she got so much money, as if he processing that on the daily. Right? That dude's not processing, she got so much money. He processing her cooperation on a daily. So she not correlating that I make this money, so I'm not backing down on any discussion about any finances, any way we spend the money, any way we even what time we leave to go to the birthday party. You know what I'm saying? Because like in her career, she runs shit. So at home, how hard is it for her to turn that off? And she think it's the man that's intimidated by her, but it's really, why would he want to deal with that? What's in it for him?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Anybody has an answer for that? Does anybody can you
I
think of
think the
what's in it for him,
problem.
Sharon? Let's go.
Yeah, I think the problem with the hypothetical that Arnold presented is a question that we just cannot get an answer to, and I think the problem is up to that man that is dealing with that woman. So if he is dealing with a overbearing woman or a overly assertive woman or a woman that needs to have control over everything, that's the kind of woman he wants. He wants a woman to control him. He wants one to say, "Shut up, let me sit on your face. I'll be in that room in a second." Assume the possession. That's what he wants. Not every man wants that, but it is plenty of men. As we starting to see, as all these, especially these celebrities coming out, we finding out they doing way more than we ever thought that men were supposed to be doing. These women are controlling those men, and those men want those type of women. Look at Chad Ochocinco. He keep choosing the same type of aggressive, take assertive, take charge, kind of woman. It ain't by accident that his wife and his new ex-wife or ex-fiance, whatever she is to him, are pretty much the same kind of mentality. It's no coincidence. He wants that.
I like it. I like it. Now, we just played the video, and again, that was on the premise of men being critical of the mindset of women. So earlier, if y'all just tuning in, make sure y'all hit the like button on your way in and share it. So the way we're doing this show, we're going over men complaints, women complaints one at a time, watching videos, and we're asking questions from both sides. So now, on the man complaint, the question I have for everybody on the panel is based on what we just heard with that conversation. I guess my question I would have for you all is, do Black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? And if so, what is the result of this mentality? Do Black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? And if so, what is the result of this mentality?
I don't think it's a Black thing. I think it's some people, women do, some women don't.
Okay, what you got, Bino?
Hey yo, Galaxy, I was just fucking with you. I like to fuck around time to time. These type relationships conversation be taking too goddamn serious for me. So I like to fuck around. I like to fuck around.
You know,
I like to fuck around time to time, my nigga. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't that person? I like to fuck around. But yo, on Strata, to your question, yeah, I think they do, and I actually don't think. See, this is where I be balancing shit at, because I actually don't think they wrong for doing that. You feel what I'm saying? Because you know, their independence and their, did you say career goals and shit like that? Did you include that? Yeah, I think that's like their security when shit go left with a nigga. Niggas done dropped the ball for so long, historically over so many decades. It's like whatever security they blinking they got, but their independence, but their career accomplishments. You feel what I'm saying? So do they choose that over relationships? Yeah. I think they need to have discernment when they need to stop doing that though. You feel what I'm saying? Like they don't have as much as discernment as they think. They got all the intuition in the world when a dude doing wrong, but they don't have no discernment to when they need to pipe down when a dude doing right, or you know, with or meant, you know what I'm saying? Type linking up with them that's meant to be with them, with a type whatever, you know, because I don't even want to say a good dude because that's not enough, right? Like we all agree on that, but like when it's it, like they let the career and the independence get in the way of shit when it. Like I asked a woman not too long ago, like how many times you thought you might have passed up the person that was for you because you thinking about careers and independence. So I think a lot of women, to go back to Galaxy Universe question, they could be single for those reasons. That could have been always passed up because they prioritize a little bit too much without discernment their independence and career goals.
Okay.
I'm glad you cleaned that up, Bino, because when I said that earlier about why, you know, sometimes women would lead with their accomplishments, you was just like, no, fuck that. You shouldn't do that. But
no, we don't. But we're not talking about leading. You can't try to rebuttal me, trying to find a way to rebuttal me because he didn't say nothing about
leading. But I'm saying if I'm speaking on that, it's because of a reason. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, but you're trying to correlate it to what I said. Leading with your career. When I'm trying to get to know you and leading with that in a conversation is different from him asking why do we think they prioritize it. So don't try. You're trying to find ways to shoot at me. You're not going to get it. I'm bulletproof.
Leading can still go hand in hand.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
of my
Sorry.
past experience, and you just said that.
Okay. Okay. You got it. I can see.
Like it. Anybody else want to take a stab at the question?
Bino, don't do me. Don't do me.
Do Black women?
See what I'm saying? This is a perfect example of women. First of all, I don't want y'all to think that. Sorry, that's my dog, but this is a perfect. You got it. You right. Don't do me. What you talking about, dog? That ADHD be going crazy, bro. For real. I said you got it. It ain't that much more to talk about. Damn, this show is crazy today.
Anybody else want to take a stab at the actual question? Do Black?
What was repeat the question? Repeat the question.
I think the issue with this whole career over relationship thing is that majority of adults that they usually find it in school, and a lot of women is the ratio for women to men is just ridiculous. So it's very difficult for them to find somebody that is equal counterpart, somebody that's going to meet them on an even playing field so they could build together. So now when they leave college, they single, and now they are in the head start to make that upper 70 to 100 type of situation. It gets a little bit more difficult because their whole life they've been told that, hey, you gotta, if you want a man making 70 to 80, you need to make 70 to 80. And then, but now when we hear people like Dr. Umar saying, hey, listen, we got to put it in a position where we know black men are not getting it the way how they supposed to because of the systems and this, that, and the third. And now they try to say, hey, the only way black men is going to really be able to make it to the middle class and upper is they get a woman, and men feel insecure about having to partner with a woman to actually be better in society.
Okay. Now I got a follow-up for you, Sharon, before we go to the next person. What advice would you give a woman? Because like you said, we're following your train of logic. She went to school, she's gotten educated, and to your premise, she was single, right? So she's gotten out of school, she's got the money, she's doing well for herself. What advice would you give her if she is now thinking about finding a man? Like, what do you think you would tell her to do on her hunt at that time of her career, at that point in her life?
So we talking about the individual. So I would have to find out what exactly what things is she doing. If she's in the house too much, what gym is she's open to speaking to somebody that she find at the gym. Right. What kind of gym membership you got? Because you have Planet Fitness, you're gonna find somebody that's making 30 to 50. But if you at Orange Theory, you probably gonna find somebody that's 70 to 100, right? So what gym are you going to? What kind of extracurricular activities going? Are you just going to a club to find a mate? Maybe you need to join a running team where you just meet individuals that run, meet individuals that's getting healthy, do different experiences so you can experience different people, and therefore now you have you have a chance to meet somebody that is at your level of thinking and possibility. That's how I would try to find out what that woman is needing.
That's fair.
That comparison was like the visual was on a beam. I'm just like,
respect. I like it. Anybody else want to take a stab at the question? Do black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? And what is the result of that mentality?
Say that question one more time.
Got you. Do black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? And if so, what is the result of that mentality?
I'm gonna say they do.
Mm-hmm.
Do they prioritize careers or whatnot? They do. Some are by choice. Some are kind of raised to, like, you know, go to college, get the degree. That's why you got the increase of women that are in college and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And the result is they can get all that. They can get the success. Nobody's down in that part. But at the end of the day, what does that do for the man? You know what I'm saying? And here's my issue with that. For example, I know I'm a successful guy. I'm not tripping on a woman that's as successful as me, more successful than me. But if a woman gets the degree, she gets the career, she nursing, for example, because that's a job that's very, very sensitive, very tedious. You know, you got to be on your shit for to be a nurse, right? So they're working all those hours. Yeah, she's got the career, she's got the job. But what are the odds of her really getting a stable relationship with that type of career? Her odds drastically decrease when she's an RN. It drastically decreases. Before, like in my past relationship, when I was with an RN, we were together, but man, we had to really go through a lot of trying to just figure out how to even spend a couple of hours together until she finally moved to the same town I was in. And even then it was still hard. So eventually we had to break up because ultimately she worked so much that we couldn't even make it work. You see what I'm saying? Couldn't do it.
Okay.
So when it comes, is it possible? Yes, but sometimes some people, some women, if they pick their career and they really go in on their career, their odds of them having successful relationships tend to decline. Especially if they get a career that they making so much money. You know damn well most men aren't going to be okay with dating this woman that makes all this money. You know, ego and all the other shit. So that's just how it is sometimes for women. Like, yeah, I'm not knocking no woman that wants to get a career, wants to better her life and make the money and all the this shit. But you also got to take into account that the more successful you are as a woman, the harder it's going to be for you to find a man that's okay with being with you.
Whew, that's some dangerous rhetoric right there.
That's dang. I ain't gonna. Yeah, that's yeah.
That's dangerous.
Let's go, Sharon, and then Bino.
I think maybe you and that woman just was not compatible. But I think to compare her compatibility to her job, a very successful job, something that takes a lot of intelligence and ambition, hard work and ethics, somebody that is the type of woman that you literally what men say that's the type of woman you want to build with. Somebody that got all that work and drive, because if she got that work and drive there, imagine if you could set yourself up where you could take her out the workforce and put her in your household. Imagine what she's going to be doing there. She's going to make that household immaculate. She's going to be able to work just as hard, especially if you got a business type of mom, because you could turn her into, since she's a registered nurse, and two, she have her own type of practice or her own business setup, because she has that skill set that would never, that no matter what happens, she could always get the bag, no matter what. That is a very important human being. And I think when we say those things, that her career is going to stop her from finding suitable partners, we got to be very careful with that, because I think is really, you was just not compatible with that woman, not her career.
You got a response, CJ? And then we'll get
I'm gonna call pure cap, because it was solely based off of the career. This was a mutual agreement that we had to make. It wasn't like, no, we were having, when we was together, there was beef, there was problems, there was issues. No, we had a lot of things in common as far as like health goals, life goals, a lot of things. But ultimately the issue was she worked. Now when she was an LPN, when I first started dating her, we was good. That was when we first started dating. She wasn't working those crazy hours. A basic little 8-hour morning shift. She was good. But when she became an RN, started doing 12s and 16s. I can only see her but so often. She can only see me but so often. It became an issue. It wasn't no lack of compatibility, all because of the job in and of itself. The compatibility was there. At the end of the day, consistency and time together matters. These things matter. Some people that are like just workaholics, guess what happens? Their relationships go to shit because they're workaholics. She wasn't necessarily a workaholic. Her career in and of itself just was high demanded.
Yeah, so
that literally makes y'all. But literally, what you're saying, this is the part I think that you're missing. That attribute that she has to keep on being ambitious, to go higher and higher and higher. That's the higher you go, the more demanding your job is going to be on you. That's just what it is. The more responsibility, the more you are responsible for other people, that's responsible for other people's lives. That's what she is. She is responsible for other people, that's responsible for other people's lives. So it's high demand. So that attribute that she has, that ambition, was your uncompatibility. Literally. It don't have nothing to do with her job.
Now I would say this.
Go ahead, Bino.
I would say this. So I do agree on being incompatible in that situation, but not because of, it's like, so back to the question, right? Did she prioritize the career over the relationship? She ain't necessarily prioritized her career over the relationship. It's just that the particular career she had was demanding. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be hard for the medical fields for them to be compatible because of so many demanding hours. But that's still not her prioritizing over the relationship. Let's say y'all both got 12-hour shifts, and now that would have made y'all both compatible because you got the same amount of demanding hours as her. So now when y'all both figure out y'all time off, and she say, "Well, babe, I got to do this overtime real quick." Now that's prioritizing. You know what I'm saying?
Bino, something happened with your microphone. I don't know. It just went high pitched for some strange reason. Yeah. Just I don't know what happened, but just giving you a.
I'm good now. So it's like, if y'all both got demanding hours, y'all gonna find that time that makes y'all compatible for one, because then y'all gonna find time on y'all free time. Now she'd be like, "Well, I got to do overtime today. I know we had a plan, but I got to do overtime." Now that's prioritizing her career over the relationship. But just her having a demanding career, it just so happens, and you got way less, more time on your hands than her, just end up making it incompatible. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Let's get one more retort from CJ. You get the final word on this one.
At the at the end of the day, I don't get what y'all getting with this with compatibility, because I literally just said, as far as compatibility, that was the good part. The part that me and her had to mutually agree on was that her job was too demanding. To this day, we cool, we tight as shit. But guess who's also still single because of her career? Literally. So
would you
it's
like
not about, it wasn't
incompatible
about no
differences,
compatibility. Y'all
maybe?
keep saying, oh, the compatibility. There was no lacking compatibility. There was that. Her career, once she went from LPN to RN, then she, like that first 3 months, we were still good. She wasn't officially locked in anywhere. But then when she got thrown into that hospital to work with ICU, and if you know what ICU is, shit gets real in that. So when she got to that point, and we was still trying to rock, we was trying to make it work. I think we went, 6 months. Eventually it was to the point where we couldn't just be around each other, and it became a mutual agreement to end things because of the fact that her career became that demanded. The compatibility would never end it. Now, initially, I wanted to make this work, but ultimately it was just common sense. It was a time where we literally only saw each other like a few hours, and half that time was literally just sleeping. All right. So her job, her career, though I'm not knocking someone having the career, it is a very high demanding career. She's a fucking RN in ICU. But at the end of the day, that career caused her to have to not be able to be in relationships, or maybe her life was just too busy to be in a relationship. And this is a year ago.
But
so it's not about me, it's her career as a result has kept her single.
No, so
you can't say her, because there's plenty of RNs that's in relationships, CJ. Like, so it's not the career.
Nobody's talking about other people. We're talking about this individual that because of how demanding her life is with this job, as a result, she couldn't maintain being in a relationship with us, let alone be in one afterwards. Like, I'm not gonna drop her name, but I'm cool with it to this day. She's tried it after the fact, after us. It didn't work, and she admits that it's because of the job. So it's not like, every RN, they can have a successful relationship. No, because I can name other RNs I ain't even in relations with that I know are single for damn near the same fucking reason.
I ain't say every RN can have sex. I said it's plenty of RNs in
but I'm just saying that that when the question was made about if they have a career where it's like does it gets prioritized over relationship, I gave an example of one that I literally have a direct relation to.
Right. So
it happened.
So here's the problem. Like if I want to be I'm in construction, right? So if I want to be just making 80,000, I could just do 40 hours. If I want to make 100, I got to do the 12 to 16 hour days, right? And so now, therefore, I'm leaving before my kids wake up. I see my wife when she make my dinner, and by the time I'm getting home, she's asleep. But just because I'm willing to put in that work so I could take care of my family, that does not automatically makes me incompatible with the person that I'm with. That is not a good correlation. We cannot tell other women, hey, be careful of choosing the best career that's going to set you up financial stability, because now that career of financial stability is going to now deem you uncompatible with men in general. That is a wild statement. It's because
real quick, what's that question again?
It's a lot of men that are not as needy as that, right? That they need to see their girl because they don't understand the situation where, hey, babe, we ain't gonna be able to see each other for the next 10 to 20 years like that. And it's plenty of people that gets with each other and they can't afford daycare, so one got to work in daytime and one got to work at nighttime. They don't see each other until that kid is into like 7-10 years old. When they go to regular school, now they could get their schedules back aligned. So it's a lot of things, but it does not, one more time, makes them uncompatible just because they got to go out there and grind for their career.
Understood.
No, he didn't.
Repeat
he didn't say uncompatible. He didn't say uncompatible.
Again, Strata.
I got you, brother. Do Black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? And what is the result of this mentality?
Repeat the question one more time, Strata.
Do Black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? What is the result of this mentality?
I am answering the question. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. The question is literally being answered by me. I gave an example of an RN LPN that became an RN. Her career had became more demanding. That was the end result, and as a result, we couldn't work things out. That was she had a career that she chose, and as a result, as it elevated, which I'm not knocking success, but as a result of her success, it became a more issue for her in relationships. I am mentioning the question. This compatibility part that y'all try to throw in here, where is he even saying that in the question?
Right.
He asked, does women have the women read the question again, Strata, just one more time.
Well, who don't gotta read the goddamn question?
No, fuck that, because two niggas had to sit and talk about some compatibility when he don't even use the goddamn word in the question. Strata, read the question one more time, Strata. Read the question one more time, Strata. Because where he say compatibility at though? Where he say compatibility at though? Read the question again. That's okay. What you say?
I can't deal all this goddamn yelling shit.
Okay, we could just have the conversation. It is okay. I can tell you how to.
I can't do all that goddamn yelling shit because nobody said it was compatible in the question, bro.
Right.
We never said that it was compatible in the question. But continue on because now we don't. Obviously, he done forgot why we even. What he done said and why we said what we said. So go ahead.
But it's okay. It's okay. We could just move the conversation forward. Yeah. So again, so now we could get back to the original question. The compatibility. We was just going down the conversation. That's how compatibility got into the question. So now we go right back to the beginning of the question. So now when a woman chooses a so-called career, right, that does not mean she's choosing it over a relationship. Right, so just because a man, of the way how we speak in these platforms, we saying that because she don't have no time for me, therefore I cannot be with her.
Fair. Now I will level set
that
the
is
conversation,
him,
Sharon.
not her.
Now, I'll be honest with you, Sharon. These questions are gonna sound loaded on either side because it's gender war based. Normally, I try not to ask questions that are leaning heavy on one side or the other. But for the sake of this being a gender war conversation,
I think it's
right?
great. I think it's awesome.
I
think it's good. Like, ain't nobody really been disrespectful. We getting high and pat. It's all good. I enjoy this shit. I love this shit.
Great show, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe, man.
I love this
Raw
shit.
Bunch, SPS. Arnold, I'm gonna ask you the question, brother. Do Black women prioritize careers and independence over relationships? And if so, what is the result? What does that lead to?
They get in what they want out of life. So if the money is what's important to them, they find a career that'll give them that. So that's what they chase. So everybody is getting what they want. So if she doesn't want a man, then she just doesn't have a man. So whether or not that's good for society or the community, that's, I think it's a bad thing, but they're getting what they want. So they could call it successful as far as like the individual is concerned.
That's a fair assessment. I like that. Universe, you still with us, brother?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I say the same answer from the start. I don't think it's a Black woman thing. I don't even think it's I think it's lots of women put their career and lots don't. It's just case by case. There's no one size fits all. But I'm on CJ's side. I'm on CJ's side. I do think there are lots of women, and CJ, if I say it wrong, please let me know, man. I do think there are lots of women who do put their career over the relationship, and it's one of the reasons why a relationship doesn't work out.
That's crazy to me.
It actually factually happens. Now, if you want to say guys do it too, I'm not going to deny that. But I mean, I'm just looking at statistics or just looking at common sense. I think it's more likely. Let's say there was a guy putting his career over a relationship, and let's say a girl did the same thing. Both are doing it, right? I think there's less guys who end up being in their 40s going, I can't find someone because I put my career over them, versus girls who say, I can't find someone because I put my career over them. News reporters, supermodels, broadcasters, movie stars. There's a lot more men who can easily find someone in their 40s. In fact, I remember CJ Maxwell, the former NBA Hall of Famer or the NBA player. He said a guy shouldn't get married until he's in his 40s. But a lot of women are in their 40s, and they'll say, I'm having a harder time finding a guy. I put my career over.
Okay, that's fair. Jay Ali, let's get a woman's perspective on this. I know that this is a man's complaint, and this is why I went to you last. And we're going to do the same thing in reverse. So with the next woman's complaint, we're going to go to Jay Ali first and then get the guys to get answers. Jay Ali, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, girl, hey.
Jelly, do you think that black women prioritizing careers and independence over relationships? Do you think they do that? And if they do it, what is the results of this mentality?
When y'all were talking, I was kind of thinking about it because in this, okay, so I'm thinking about it from in the type of economy we're in right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I shared something in the TMBR Discord about it gave you the income you needed for each state to live comfortably, and I don't think any of the salaries was under 74,000. I think with the economy that we're in, if you're not with someone, you have to take care of yourself. And the amount of money that you would need to make to take care of yourself, you kind of got to get on the good foot. Like you can't slack off. You can't mosey around. I think sometimes you may get caught up in that because in order to get to that type of salary, you do have to work hard. You do have to put a lot of dedication into it. So I don't know if it's saying they're doing it in terms of like trying to not have a man, or because they really want in order for you to take care of yourself these days, you got to make a decent amount of money, and that comes with dedication. So you may end up getting caught up because by the time you get to a certain level, you may be in a different mindset. And so when it's time to get in a relationship, it may be a little hard, but I don't know if I think of it as a prioritizing it over a man, because in this economy, you need to make a certain amount of money, right? So I hope that makes sense because what I'm saying, but
yeah,
I don't think of it like that anymore because you got to take care of yourself. If you're not with nobody and y'all not married, you cannot count on another person to take care of you, because then you're going to call them a gold digger. Like, why are you asking me for this particular amount of money and I'm not even your man, right? Mm-hmm. So in order for you to take care of yourself in this day and age, you got to make some money. And that comes with dedication. It comes with you probably having to get an education. You know what I mean? So I just don't think in these type of terms anymore about this, oh, you're prioritizing over a man. It's just that if you go to college and you get out of college, the first thing you want to do is get a job so you can pay them damn loans back. So I think sometimes people just get to a certain level and you didn't have this career for maybe 10 years. And so maybe you have to go back into the dating market and it may be a little hard for you. But like I said, I'm not just thinking about it like that anymore. Not in this day and age where it's like, oh, you prioritize over a man. You got to do what you got to do.
Okay, I know what it is. I know what the disconnect is. Me, Sharon, and Jay Ali talk about career before getting in the relationship, or before they have that relationship. I think CJ and Galaxy talking about while in the relationship. Because I know my answer wasn't why you was in the relationship. My answer was that they're making sure they secure. You know what I'm saying? So they're actually focused on their career and their accomplishments more than they focus on getting in a relationship. Like that was my answer. But I hear people answering about why in a relationship. I guess that's what I'm hearing.
But if they already had the career though, right? Because if you're in your 30s and maybe you started your career, maybe what age do you graduate college? Is it 22?
Yeah, 21, 22. Right? If you're a little slow, 23.
Right. And then, well, damn. So if you get, they say people are getting married later. So let's just say you 32 and you've pretty much been in your career for 10 years. Maybe if you started getting right into it at 25 or whatever, maybe not 10 years, but a little bit under that, but still you've been there for a while, and just cutting that off or saying, oh, I'm not going to do this. That's not what's going to happen. Right.
Right.
So yeah, we are talking about it in terms of when you get out of college, if you went to college or whatever. Not saying if you didn't go to college, you can't have a career, but okay. Basically, my premise is I'm thinking about it in today's age. We can't think of it how we thought about it back then, where you probably could say they were prioritizing a career over a man because you could get an apartment for like $400. You can't get no apartment for $400 today. All the apartments that I was looking at was $10K and up. So if you need to make a decent amount of money to even have an apartment like that, right? If you don't want to stay in the hood. So I don't know. Like I said, I just don't think of it.
Yeah, because when I'm hearing Ali for a dude to be like, hey, you prioritizing your career over our relationship, I need you to do less. in my mind, what I'm hearing now, this is just me how Bino fucking mind operate. What I'm hearing is this nigga must gonna marry me and take care and take care of the shit that so I won't have to take care of it. Other than that, prioritize that goddamn career over me. I catch it when I can. You feel what I'm saying? Because if I ain't ready to marry you and take up the load for us, then yeah, I need you to do that because I'm damn sure gonna do it too. You feel what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? So when I hear like when CJ was saying or Gallus was saying, I couldn't really quite hear Arnold, I had to step outside. But if I'm hearing that, then I'm hearing that y'all was willing to take up the load and marry Shorty then. Because other than that, they not about to drop that shit without no security blanket. That is their security blanket.
Absolutely. And also like I guess maybe also for me and Bino, we just didn't understand it as if I'm with this person that I'm compatible with, and now she just upped up her game and collected more bag and she's getting more grind, and I don't know how that would make me uncompatible with you now. I can't understand that.
I don't think that CJ's premise was that they were incompatible. I think his premise was the availability of time was incompatible based on, and again, so I want to balance it just the way I heard it.
He never said incompatible. I ain't gonna lie, that was me.
Right.
But when I said incompatible, I was talking, but when I said it, I was talking about the time. I wasn't talking about y'all not being compatible. I was talking about the time
not
being compatible with y'all. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, because literally that's what broke y'all up. The compatibility of not having time. Y'all was not compatible with time. That's literally what it is. I don't know why the disconnect. I don't know why he disliked the word, but that's just what it is.
Disconnect was ain't nobody say compatible with time. Y'all just kept saying your compatibility. Because I done went back. I edit these videos. I went back while y'all was doing this to rewatch it. I noticed that the first person that said compatibility was Sherrod. And he wasn't talking about time. He just said compatibility. There was no compatibility with time. Now, if you had put that there, then maybe the conversation would have shifted a little bit better. But that's not how it went. It was just saying compatibility, or you wasn't compatible with her. That's what you said when I look back at the video. So I'm just like, no, my nigga, like we was compatible. I never said we wasn't. It was just simply once her career went up, that's when we had a hard time being with each other. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. I don't understand why like that's such a hard
word. If y'all motherfuckers don't be on this damn YouTube shit this long, y'all know how to use y'all words. Y'all like to use these fancy ass smart words and make yourself sound like your fucking GPA is 4.0. Then y'all can say compatible with time. Like I don't understand that.
Oh, cool.
There's a difference between compatible as in the person and the individuals and saying compatible with time.
Got you. I'm glad.
Okay, I missed the word time. I apologize, but we all understood that. Okay.
No, you and Bino had an understanding that, which he's literally saying that y'all had an understanding that y'all was thinking it one way, and I'm sitting there saying like, no, that's why we had to bump heads right there. You see what I'm saying?
Move forward so we can move forward. Y'all time was not linking up, so we could just move forward. Don't make no sense to jump backwards in time.
Can I clarify something real quick? Can I clarify something real quick?
Let's go, J. Ali, and then we're gonna go with Terrence. You got it.
I just want to clarify. I said 2K, not 10K. For the apartment, because some people thought I was 10K for the apartment.
That's Chicago accent, you heard me.
Right. 2K, not 10K, y'all.
By the way, I'm really impressed with Arnold just being relaxed the whole time, man. Seriously, hardly ever shown any emotions, man. I'm saying that in a nice way.
Yeah, Arnold's always on chill.
That's because Arnold just finished eating them damn ramen noodles like a prisoner earlier. He chilling, he full. That's why.
A prisoner is wild. That's rude.
Shout out to Arnold, man. Terrence, what's up, brother? How you doing this evening? Terrence, you with us?
I am. My bad. I had it on mute.
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing this evening?
I'm doing all right. How y'all feeling?
Good. Based on what you've been hearing so far, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Now when I was first listening, I was just dissecting where the communication kind of fell apart, and it landed on that compatibility piece.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's really it.
Got you.
We cleaned that up though, right? We cleaned that up though, right, Tanner? We cleaned it up, right?
Yeah, we cleaned it up well, man. Let's get right back. Now, again, we went on both sides. We're going to do one more video on complaint from women with a question and one more video on complaint for men. Then we're going to get to the solutions, right? So the next video is the late, great Kevin Samuels. He's speaking directly to men in this video. And then the question will kind of be routed based on this video. So he's giving advice to men. And I think that this is something that is just as valid, even though it's a complaint by a man. I don't think that what you're here will be complaint. It's more about advice, right? And I think that it's going to speak to the following retort that I have on the other side. So let's get to this video, and then I'm going to ask the question.
Guys, you have to understand your self-talk. I went and talked to some women, and of course it sucked. Take that out of there. Reframe what success looked like. I went and talked to some women. Stop caring about the outcome. The attempt is what matters when you're trying to learn. You don't hit a home run the first time at bat. It's the attempt. You got to get your shot better. It's the attempt. You got to take thousands of shots before it becomes automatic. But if every time you shoot, you call this brick, lame, weak, sucker, you'll quit.
All right. Do y'all think that was sound advice to men? Keep shooting. The attempt is what matters. Do y'all think that's sound advice for men to give to other men? Let's go with let's go Bino. We're gonna go straight down the line and end with Universe. Bino, was that sound advice? Why not?
Oh, I'm the last one.
He ain't say enough. He just
What was
said
he
keep
missing?
shooting. Switch up your shot, nigga, because you could keep shooting 100 times, but if you shooting the same way and keep missing, it means you need to change your shot up and switch how you shoot. So I just think he should have went a little bit deeper when telling them to keep a tip and only keep you could practice 100 times, but if you practice the wrong way, you're gonna play the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? We learned that. You can practice, it don't matter how much you practice, it matters how you practice. Not meaning how many times you do it, but what you're doing in practice, right? Motherfuckers practice every day and still end up with an 0-16 season. They should have switched how they practice up. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's
fair. I
enough.
like
That's enough. And I ain't gonna be on long because my Bluetooth lasts about 3 hours and it's saying battery low. So you know what I'm saying?
All good. We got a couple of people that still want to come up and bounce down. So again,
Yeah.
for everybody that had to come up, bounce down, and float around, we appreciate you all here. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Again, we thank all of our heavy hitting hosts. But let's keep this going. CJ, was the
Hey, real quick,
advice
DJ
sound?
Strada, if you have enough spots, are you missing spots? I could give my spot to someone else if you want.
I mean, if that's something that you like to do, that'd be fine. Like I said,
No,
it's not
yeah, you know what? I'm happy to stay. You've been very, giving me lots of time. But you know what?
You good, brother. You good. Like I said, man, this is an open, rotating panel. It happens a lot, bro. It's cool.
Okay,
Like I
well,
said,
in case you feel like you want someone else in here, I want to be nice and return the favor to you for being nice to me. Then I'll give up my spot for them.
you good, brother. I appreciate the gratitude, but nah, we would never ask that, man. If you here for a good time, we cool, bro. We all, it's all good. CJ, do you think that Kevin Samuels' advice was sound? Is the
I'm
attempt
at
to keep
the.
shooting?
It's like he started off good, but I don't know if it was because of the clip got cut short. I feel like he could have said more.
Okay.
It's one thing to tell somebody how to shoot the ball. It's another thing to tell them how to shoot it right. It's another thing to tell them hey, your form is good in this area, but you need to work on this area. You got the jump, but your wrist is off. So it's so if he was talking about in terms of like dating, it's just, I guess if you didn't need that much information to take what he said and expand it on your own, cool. But to play it safe, it's better to give somebody not just advice, but break down the advice so they got a better understanding of it. So I think, yes, what he was saying was good, but it would have been better to be more in depth about the advice for some people that might need a little bit more.
I like it. Jay Ali, what did you think of Kevin Samuels' advice? Do you think it was sound? Do you think it makes sense?
I missed the first part of the clip, but it was about shooting your shot, right?
Yeah, and he was pretty much encouraging men to keep shooting. You know what I'm saying? Like he pretty much he was emphasizing the result of whether you're successful, meaning you get the number and you talk to the lady or not, wasn't as important that you keep getting the reps in. That was the premise of the men approaching. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because it gives you practice, and it gets you used to it, builds up your social skills. So I agree with it in terms of just not giving up in the first couple of tries.
Right.
And then some of the stuff that's happening, or that people will say, like in the Discord, like let's see about not always talking to people that necessarily you want, but just talking to people in general will help you build up those social skills as well. So I agree.
I like it. I like it. Arnold, good advice, bad advice. What we doing with it, brother?
I think it's always good to grind. Like the grind teaches you the lesson. So coming through that process, you always gonna like learn something from it. Like you might not end up with the wife, whatever you're looking for, but you're gonna learn something from that process. So when dudes is opting out, like I don't know, I hate that shit. Like, oh, I'm not looking. I said, why the fuck not?
Right. I like it. That's solid. I like that, Arnold. Venus, what you got? Should these shooters keep shooting? Was Kevin Samuels on point, or did he miss the mark with that one?
I think it was good advice. I feel like CJ though. I feel like he could have said more because listening to that, it made me think of, because I understand where he got the concept. Because I don't know if anybody caught the first thing he said was the way we talk to ourselves, right? So there's something called negative self-talk, and we all do it, where we kind of tell ourselves like, oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I should have did this. Or like we're just down on ourselves. If something doesn't go right the first time, we convince ourselves that we should stop. You know, it's like a natural reaction. So no, I think he's spot on. Like that's with anything. You're not gonna be perfect the first time, second time, third time.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Terrence, what you think? Was he spot on? Did he miss the mark?
Absolutely, he's on a button. It's like think of a baby walking. If a baby never learns how to walk, right, then you'll continue to crawl. Same thing into adulthood. You know, I think a lot of guys, if they continue to go out there and try and get with women specifically, yeah, it's a good idea to, you know what I'm saying, continue to hold those conversations and whatnot. But at the same time, it can build a defeatist type mindset, right? Continue to get failure after failure after failure. So then in that case, I guess the suggestion would be to dial back into self, right? Seek mentorship, to continue developing, right? Whatever character attributes that are flawed.
Gotcha. Understood. Sharon, good advice, bad advice. What we doing with it?
I think it is good advice because he was mainly talking about just attempting to be better. That's why I said you're not going to hit a home run at your first time at bat. So I think the overarching point of what he was saying is that you got to just have attempts and get out there and be personable and then so. But I also understand what the guy's saying that you got to shape they thought patterns as well, though, right? Because people would just go and say stupid things and they will continue to just say stupid things, so they won't necessarily get better. But I think it's good advice for men to attempt, but he should have put in the part that you have to adapt to your approaches and recalibrate what's going on in your wins versus your losses. What's actually going on with that situation? I think that's the part that he's missing.
Yeah, that's why I feel like he left out too, Shema. I feel like he just left out some key points in that good advice. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Universe, what you got, brother? We keeping or we throwing that advice away? What you think?
Yeah, I think CJ made a lot of good points, and I'm going to add on to what CJ said. Obviously, practice makes perfect, unless you ask Allen Iverson. But pretty much practice makes perfect. And I think what ends up happening is it becomes a number of statistics. Statistics means if you just keep trying, even if you do the same thing over and over and over and over, unless you do something stupid, like just start cussing at a girl or something, eventually someone is probably going to give you the time of day. I've seen situations, personally, I've witnessed this, where a guy will just say the same dumb thing over and over to every girl he meets at every place. And even if he says a dumb thing, some girl will actually just say, you know what? I like that you tried something different. Or, you know what? I can't believe you actually said that. You're funny. That's unique and all that. So it becomes a numbers game. The more you try, eventually someone's going to like it.
Hey, we gotta be careful with that. Practice makes perfect. Practice creates habits. It does not make you perfect, because that's what y'all was saying earlier. You could practice it wrong and you will never get perfect. So we gotta be careful with our language.
I like that clarity. Great point, Sharon. Now
that's what I was saying. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. See, that was my original thing. He's saying keep intent. But like Sharon said, like nigga, if you a bad practicer, you gonna have bad results. How many times you try, unless you get lucky. He talking about Galaxy, talking about some lucky shit. Like both of y'all geeks or some shit. So so I like it, but like overall, like the majority, you just gonna have bad results every time if you
Bino,
practice bad.
just to clarify, Bino, I'm not saying do bad practice. I'm not that guy who does bad shit, and if I do bad shit, I don't do it over and over and over. What I was saying is there are people, a lot of people, who do the same dumb things over and over, and they get results sometimes.
I was looking for men to just say, "Hey, you know what? I should change up my language. Like it's okay. It's okay. Like
It's like this is what I'm hearing. Keep being dumb. You eventually get like, no, we can't move like that, man.
We're having a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I was trying to say.
I'm on your side. Don't do dumb things. I try not to do dumb things. I'm just saying when people put a one size fits all, it's not always true because you can ask girls. If there's a girl online who makes a profile on whatever profile on any app, and she'll say, I get 1,000 messages a day from guys. There are guys who copy and paste the same dumb messages over and over, and some girls like the messages.
Yeah. I think that was his only point. Like, I don't want to get so lost in example because I think that he was saying the same thing. Like, repetition will eventually get you the results. I think that you all's point was you need to recalibrate. And I don't think he disagrees with that. But what he's saying is there are a lot of cases to where you have people that will not change the form. They will not change anything. And eventually dumb luck, we'll call it that, right? For the sake of
I know what he's saying. Yeah, I know what he's saying.
For the audience though, we all agreed. Yeah, don't be out here copying and pasting messages, bro.
Yeah,
that
because
shit's wild, corny.
Because you're gonna practice to make perfect, but you're gonna have be perfectly bad.
Yeah, perfectly bad.
Yeah,
I think universe agrees with that, but I totally understood his premise, man.
Yeah. No, remember, do good things, and if you make mistakes, try to improve yourself. I'm with you guys then.
That's
right. Practice for sure. I just want to make sure when you talk to a young man, you say practice makes habits. Don't tell him that it makes perfect because it does not. It creates a habit.
How about this? We talking about practice anyway.
We talking about practice. We talking about practice.
It's important. Practice is important.
Ooh,
by the way, can I just? Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
What you got, brother? Go ahead.
I was gonna make a joke, but I don't want people to say I'm messing up the show. So never mind.
All good. So we're gonna do one more impactful question for the women complaints. We're gonna get to the men's side. We're gonna get to these solutions. So let me think about which question I want to ask, and we're gonna get the ladies to respond first. We'll get the fellas to give a retort if they don't agree. Let's see. Let's go with. Do black men have commitment issues? We'll go Venus and then Jay Ali. Venus, do you think black men have commitment issues? Why or why not? Venus, you still with us?
Yes, sir. Perfect topic for her.
Oh, you was up?
Yeah. So,
why these shut the listen?
Do black men have commitment issues, Venus?
They have I don't know how to shut the fuck up issues like this one right here. But anyway, yes, this is yes.
Okay. Why do you think so? What do you think it stems from?
Weak mental fortitude. They never really seen how to do it. I think they weren't taught how to face adversity and keep it moving, so they're easily discouraged. I also think there's an element of selfishness in there. They don't want to commit because they have a fear of missing out. They think there's going to be a newer, better vagina and a better looking bitch woman after this one, after that one, after this one, like insatiable. So because of all those things, they want to keep themselves free enough to be able to entertain the next one.
Okay.
And they don't want to be responsible for a person, right? It takes a lot to take responsibility over a family and a whole household and be responsible for everything. And a lot of people don't want that responsibility, so they run away from it.
I like it. Jay Ali, do black men have commitment issues?
When we say commitment, we're talking about relationship, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say yes. What I would say probably the culprit is that promoting the sleeping with a lot of women in the younger age. And what that does is it creates a mindset in a certain lifestyle where it'll be harder for you to commit down the line. So I think that's where it will stem from, in terms of having the commitment issues, the hypersexuality, and saying you need to sleep with a bunch of women. Because if you do that, I think it works the same for men and women. It's harder for you to wrap your head around being with one person. So I think that's where the commitment issues will stem from.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Now, does any of the men agree with the premise that black men have commitment issues? Let's start there first. I want to hear what the men that agree first, and then we'll get to the disagreement. Anybody agree with the premise?
I agree.
Okay, tell me more.
Yeah, like looking at my homies, like the people I'm around, like they don't have they're not motivated to lock the chick down. I guess they don't see the benefit in it. Like what's the benefit in marriage for them? Like they don't even understand the concept sometimes. So like, oh, they stay in the house with their baby mama, but like she was saying, like they probably smashing another chick somewhere else. Right. So like he's there physically, but is he committed? I'm saying no. So I'm saying it's true. I don't think black men. I think black men have commitment issue.
Okay, I like it. I like it. I like
So
it.
why? I don't know.
Yeah, because that's gonna be my follow-up. Why?
Yeah.
You don't know. Okay, that's fair.
I agree, but I agree with a disclaimer and why. You feel what I'm saying? I agree black dudes got commitment issues, but I think a couple main reasons is the I issue come in with being ready to commit as quick as a woman will, like as far as age range. And I think that reason is because like so black men of today's modern era had commitment issues because black men overall hasn't had commitment issues, but Jay Ali made a point I was going on being that America is so sexualized. I think that deters us from committing as fast as maybe our forefathers was. You know what I'm saying? And like the values that's been put that we didn't create the values and what we idolize and what we deemed as a priority, right? Like society created it for us. Not trying to throw the blame, but it kind of created it for us. So in return, that what happens is we stop being ready to commit so early in our life. And for one, and for two is because America is just a sexualized ass place, man. You know what I'm saying? So to Arnold point. So I agree with those couple disclaimers. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All right, now to my fellas that disagree, who wants to go first?
Yeah, no, I disagree.
Okay, tell me why.
I remember earlier when I brought up a topic and I talked about America and other countries, people were questioning me. So I want to just make sure I understand this. Are we talking about black people in America or
We are
black
talking,
people in the world?
yeah. To frame it, yeah, just to give everyone in the audience and everybody on the panel, this is a black-centric show. We're talking about black men and black women 99.9% of the time. That's our focus. That's what we're about here at the Raw Bunch. So, disclaimer. And again, I appreciate you asking because, again, I've seen it kind of in the chat too. People are, trying to get clarity on, why these questions are black men and black women because that's
What I was
asking
was, are we talking about black people in America or black people around the world and America?
No, I gave you the frame. We're talking about black men in America. Do you think that they have problems with committing in relationships?
Yeah, I have no. If someone said to me, black people do have a problem with it, or black guys do, or black guys don't, there's no way I can say they're right or wrong because I have no way to prove one way or the other. But I'll say this: guys in general have commitment issues. As a famous guy said, a man is only as faithful as his options. Now, there are some guys who can easily cheat and some guys who won't. But I don't think it's a black thing. I think it's a human man thing. And I disagree, Bino. I don't think America is particularly sexualized. I think a lot of countries are just as sexualized or even more sexualized than America.
Okay, so your answer to the question would be they are or they aren't?
I would say there's no way anyone can know for sure. But let's say they are, just for the sake of argument, let's say black guys in America are more likely to, cheat or not stay faithful. I think the immediate follow-up has to be asked why, because we can't just end it there.
Okay, so why? Why do you think?
If it's true, and I don't even know it's true, it's not because there's something in the black human that just makes him want to cheat more or cheat less. It's not like Japanese people or other people cheat more or cheat less. There could be other factors that come into play. It could be, for example, let's say someone grew up in a poor place in Mississippi and they didn't have a lot of, guidance and all that. And then they move out to New York, big dreams in New York, and they see all these different girls, different races, different places. Then they might say, you know what, I just want to have fun and stop being sad. That's not a black thing, that's a poverty thing. Or it could be, for example, to be fair, maybe some black people grew up in a household where I think one of the girls was saying that maybe they weren't taught properly. That could happen. But then again, that's not a black thing. That could be any race. I assure you, there's probably way more white people in America who are hillbilly trash, live in a trailer, don't be, taught properly by their parents, single homes, and they probably cheat just as much or more. I'm sure lots of Mexicans do it. I'm sure lots of other people do it. Now, if you were to say to me, do some groups cheat less than others? Yeah, that's true. But it's not because they're a certain race. It's because of other factors.
Okay, I can accept that. Do anybody else disagree with the premise on hand? The current premise that we're looking at is, do black men have commitment issues? Anybody disagree with that?
I really want to disagree and say black men. I really want to. I was trying to figure out if I can really honestly say it, but it seems like talking to more and more young black men that they definitely have commitment issues, or they're afraid to commit, whatever that situation is. The culture part, we commit differently, like, because we just don't really technically get married on paper. We get spiritually married and all these other weird stuff that we do. We got aunties and uncles that have been together for 10, 20 years that never legitly got married, but that's husband and wife, right? So I really want to say black men commit, but in this new scope, the way how young men are talking on a day-to-day basis, I don't think I can honestly say black men really want to commit to women in general. I really want to, but I don't think I can. I'm really trying to think about it, but I don't think I can.
Okay, I like it. Anybody?
See, that's why I say. Oh, yeah, I forgot. If anybody ain't saying win, then I'll wait.
Can I add something? Can I add something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody here, all of you, I'm sure you've seen this in your own families or you've heard of this. One generation older than you, just one generation, same black people, same cities, same states, and they weren't cheating as much, and they criticized the younger people by saying, you guys are not as faithful as we were when we were young. So if that means if black people cheat more, why just one generation ago are there lots of black people saying, hey, we didn't do it like the way you guys do?
We're not talking about cheating. Yeah, we're not talking about cheating, number one, right?
Right. Even the cheating part is a part of the cheating is commitment. But I'm saying, but grandpa got extra kids. It's random kids popping up at the funeral that nobody knew about, right? That's one generation ago. So to say that, and I've never heard an older black person say, "Oh, y'all be cheating," and we didn't. That Papa Was a Rolling Stone was from the last generation. Yeah. That song resonated because people had pops that was Rolling Stones that'll pull up looking sharp, come give your mama some cash, and be rolling out in his Cadillac.
No, but two things. But two things, Arnold, come on. Forget about the black part. Older people in general, what do they always say? Back in my day, we were better in this, and you young cats are stupid. And lots of black people, rightfully so, have said, whether it's cheating or infidelity or being faithful, whatever, they always question how families and marriages are today, and they always make it seem like it was better back in their day. That's happened.
Right. I'm saying that they stayed, right? So I guess we had these conversations and go back to what we started talking about. The women don't have to stay now. So what's motivating her to stay with the dude that got a family across the street?
That's a good question.
If she got her own job.
That's a good question.
Right. So it's the same thing that's binding them. Like if they free now, you got to act right if you want to keep her in the house, because she got her own right now. So it's not the same. I don't like that conversation. Like it's easily to chop that up. So like I don't know. Try again.
Yeah, especially when they're willing to move up and do extra hours. It's going to get left.
Let's get on Terrence.
That's a shot at CJ, bro. I don't know if you caught it, CJ. He's talking about you, bro.
Hey man, I've been on mute for a minute. Let me breathe.
Let's go with Terrence. What you think, brother? What's your take on it?
No, I don't think most men black men have any issues with commitment. The loyalty aspect may be something that's a little different, but as far as wanting to lock something down, I don't think there's any issues with that. I haven't seen it personally.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything?
Yeah, I just think the women could play because this is what women say, right? Like commitment issues, or you just saying in general that we have commitment issues? Is this like strata?
In general, we're talking about
Oh
black
yeah,
men
I
having
just think.
commitment issues. Mhm.
Well, yeah, I just think it's the timing. Timing is a timing difference onto when men want to commit compared to when women are ready to commit. You feel what I'm saying? I just think that our time they ready to commit way faster than we are. Do we have issues in our 20s, early 20s? Yeah, but as you get older and you accumulate more and things become more value to you in your life because you get older, because that's what's supposed to happen as you get older, right? Through experience, you're supposed to gain a little wisdom. You're supposed to, value things a little bit more than you did when you was in college or whatever, college age range. So I just think the timing, they be way ahead of us ready to do that shit. You feel what I'm saying? They be ready at 19, 20. You know what I'm saying? We like, man, chill, bro. You gotta relax. You feel what I'm saying? Like type shit. So I just think it's a timing difference with men and women in commitment.
I want to add something.
What you got, Venus?
I thought about the marriage rates and black people being at the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're all in the same time. So I wouldn't, this is also known, like white people in general are way more likely to get married like right after college or around college time. Like they're kind of groomed to go find your husband, find your wife. This is when you do it, right? So I don't know if I personally do think it is a thing specific to black people. If we could just compare our data to everybody else, right? And it's obvious there. So yeah, I do think it's something with black men with that. It just is.
Okay.
Are you
Anybody else?
saying yeah, Venus, are you saying specific for marriage or like boyfriend, girlfriend type stuff?
So when I hear commitment, I'm thinking marriage, right? Because you could easily just separate from a boyfriend or a girlfriend. So
Yeah, I'm thinking marriage too.
yeah.
Cause I'm thinking marriage. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause other than that, what is a commitment? Like, you my girlfriend and I'm your boyfriend.
Okay.
It's nothing solidifying that, but they're saying that you my girl, my boyfriend. So when I was thinking marriage too.
And to be fair, like I said, those white people are groomed, right, to think that way. It's a cultural thing. And then if you look in our culture, there's a lot more fatherless homes, right? So to be fair, a lot of them haven't seen no man commit to nobody, right? So they have no idea what that looks like. So it's a whole thing with our culture.
Like it. Good point. Good point.
Man, that's a bar.
That's a bar. That's definitely a bar. We're gonna get to our last video this evening, and I got one more question, and we're gonna get to these solutions. So in the previous clip, Kevin Samuels was giving advice to men to keep shooting. So we were talking about approach. Now in this next video, we're gonna kind of take the same perspective on the opposite side. So what does it look like when men stop approaching? What does it look like when men stop approaching? Let's get into it.
Is it just me, or do men not approach women anymore? Like, I'm not the approaching type. I can't approach anyone. But I saw some fine men. Did you see some?
I did.
Yeah, we just went to Black on a Block in Texas. Saw some gorgeous men, but none of them approached me, and I'm not the approaching type. I can't do it. But if you approach me, I am nice.
We'll watch one more real short clip. We're gonna get y'all a
study on date psychology recently revealed that 48% of men 26 to 40 years old have not approached women in the past year, and 60% of men aged 18 to 25 said they haven't. In the entire data set, 30% of men said they never approached a woman in person before. Ever.
They actually went into the reasoning behind these men not going and speaking to women. And I believe the list was scared of rejection, scared of like an HR response or being reported or Me Too'd in some way, shape, or form, not being successful, and just not feeling the need to walk up to women anymore was also one of the many answers that men gave on the list of reasons why they no longer approach women. So it's interesting out there.
I got a lot to say about this.
All right. So we're gonna
Oh, let
go
me
the
go.
opposite direction this time. We're gonna start with Galaxy and work
All
our
right.
way Snake back up.
Thank you. Thank you.
What were
But
your
first of all,
thoughts on the video, brother?
first of all, I want to point out something. Okay, a lot of women love to text. A lot of women prefer texting over phone calls. I've seen this. This is not one or two or three women. I've met women who would literally act like, "Why do we have to talk on the phone? What's wrong with texting? Why can't you text me more often? Why can't you give me more attention?" They love texting. Now, there's no study that documents men from the 40s, 50s, 60s hitting on women, how many times they do it. So there's no way for people to know for sure. But do men do it less now? Yeah, probably, because one of the reasons why is because we meet people on the internet. A lot of people are on social media, messaging people on Twitter, on Discord, on Facebook, or whatever. And that's how a lot of guys meet girls nowadays. And then, of course, let's be honest, a lot of guys are angry at women for different reasons. And they're just like, I'm not gonna fuck with her. I'm not gonna go up to her. She looked like she thinks she's the shit. She's all beautiful. She probably thinks she can get any guy she wants. I'm not gonna go up to her. A lot of guys are bitter and all that. And even when guys try, they get rejected a lot, so they give up.
Okay. Okay, Sharon, what were your thoughts on the video, brother? What you see? What you gathering?
I think men are just becoming more lovers of men, so that's why they're not approaching women.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Clearly, they don't like.
Let him
they
expound.
don't
Let him expound.
Come
Let him
on, man. It doesn't make any
expound.
sense,
Let him
man.
expound.
I hear you, but clearly they don't like women. Like it's not a secret anymore.
That doesn't mean they like guys.
No, let him finish. We gotta let him finish his point.
A lot of men
Let
they wear beards and act like they like women, but in secret, we see what Sukiyana is singing about. we see it, bro. Like,
But
it's
that-
okay. We heard what Remy Ma said about her husband. We heard what Dwayne Wade. We see what's up with Dwight Howard. Like, we see what's up with NLE Chopper. Like, stop. Y'all men that are not approaching women, y'all don't have no women. Y'all don't like women, and y'all need to. It's okay. We in a time now where you could take your mask off and be authentically yourself. It is all good. We don't mind. Be yourself. Nobody's gonna judge. We're gonna have some jokes because you could take things that I can't. You are more man than me. Trust me, because I can't do it. But just be honest. Be yourself. Stop trying to kick for men that are lovers of men. You'll find yourself in a crazy situation.
Sheesh, we're gonna put a pin in that. I want everybody else to get a reaction first, and then we're gonna go back and forth if anyone has any pushback for Sharon. Terrence, what were your thoughts on the video?
I didn't see Terrence laughing.
What the?
Lovers of men.
Hey, bro, y'all gotta chill, man. Go ahead.
I want to see what Terrence says. Let's give him a chance. I want to see what he says.
Yeah, I think especially YouTube, and then at least a lot of the talking points, right? I don't kick with I moved to North Carolina, so I really don't have too many brothers out here to determine if people are not approaching women or approaching women. But from the experience and what I see online, I think it's a fair assessment to say no, they're not. And I think a large majority have to do with the echo chambers, like the manosphere and things like that, which is really putting a cramp on a lot of guys' confidence, right? And I think Terrence not here. He never. Come on, y'all, give me a break.
I'm listening, man.
And yeah, that's really it. I think a lot of them are get ego struck, right? They're like, step outside yourself. If you feel like talking to somebody, just go talk to them. Have a normal conversation, right? Be yourself. And I honestly, I think Sharon is accurate when he said men, lovers of men, because I think a lot of times brothers will hear other brothers talk, right? And they'll be like, oh, I don't want to get made fun of, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Like, fuck all that. Be you. You know what I'm saying? Like, love yourself. You love yourself, then people will feel that love no matter where you go.
Okay. I got it. Venus, what did you think? What were your thoughts on the video? Men not approaching women. What were your thoughts? Or the decrease of men approaching women. What were your thoughts on the video?
So I do think that the internet in general has something to do with that, right? Because now, before you had to go talk to them or you couldn't access them. Now you could go in their DMs, right? So to be fair, or you can go on a dating app. So it is a lot easier to access women. So I'll say that first. But then the other thing is the internet, which is also the problem, right? Because I think people are consuming this content that's making us just hate each other, and that's a problem. So that's what I think.
I like it. Facts.
Yeah, I agree.
Love C, the Oracle is in the building. What's going on, Love C? How you doing this evening?
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Love C.
What's up with it?
Hey, thank you for letting me up.
Absolutely. Did you catch the video?
I did.
What are your thoughts?
So I think that um I think that social media and the internet has a lot to do with it. And not just necessarily when it comes to dating, but overall, the skill of going up and just talking to people is a lost thing, right? And so, because we don't interact with people when the bar is low, which is just like a, hey, how are you doing? You know, how's your day going? Because we don't interact on that level, interacting when it comes to liking someone or pursuing a relationship or going on a date is such a high stake thing that we haven't even built the skills to gradually progress to there because it's not a requirement anymore. Like it's not even a requirement for you to know how to, you know, call on the phone and not get directly through to the person that you're talking to. So the art of pleasantries when you speak on the phone are gone. The art of being able to, you know, ask questions about somebody are gone. You usually stalk their profile before you even, you know, interact with them. And so we think that that the talking and the building of a rapport happens because it's happening on one side. So you actually think you know a person better than you do because you've heard them online or you've browsed through all their pictures and all this sort of thing. So then when you actually speak to them, you don't really know how to connect because that's not something that we do on a regular basis. And so when you realize that I don't have the skill set for that, we also don't have the drive and the ambition to go and say, "Hey, I'm in a deficit. I need to learn." What we
Right.
say is, "I can't do that. I'm gonna get turned down. You know, I'm not 6 foot. I don't make six figures." She don't know none of that. I don't. They girls don't know. They don't know. If you got robbed, how tall was he? I don't know. But all of a sudden, she knows when you walk up to her. And so you get it's a big defeatist mentality. It's a lot of fear going on. And it's the fear of the unknown because we're not willing to try. And I think if you're defeated in your own mind, you can't be convinced against your own will. You know, whatever you fight for, you get to keep. So if you fight for statistics and gloom and doom, it shall be yours. And that's what we're seeing right now. People don't even believe in their self enough to say hello to somebody they like. That's crazy.
Hello, Love C, by the way.
Hello.
What's good? Great dialogue.
How you doing?
Always a pleasure to be
You
blessed
say
by.
hello to me too. You didn't say hello to me.
I
Yeah.
I came up and I said hello to everyone, but
I'm
hold
talking about
on. Hello,
Sharon.
Venus.
No, I'm
Hello,
talking about
Sharon.
She talking to Sharon.
Oh,
She on
oh.
his yeah.
Ooh, Sharon, you always in
In
trouble,
fucking
Sharon.
trouble. In trouble.
Yeah.
Try to get that shit over.
Troublemaker.
Don't be talking to other women. The hell?
Gender wars is real. Y'all are funny.
By the way,
JID, you still with us?
there's a guy in the chat room who's blaming weaves. Did you guys read
That's
what he
cool,
wrote?
man. We keeping it on the panel, big. We keeping it on the panel, big
Okay,
dog.
okay.
Like the chat gonna chat. You feel me? You let them
Oh, I didn't know
chat.
that. Oh,
They
okay, I didn't know
enjoy
that.
themselves. All good,
Oh, I
brother.
didn't know
Like
that. I didn't know. My bad. My bad.
I got a
we gonna
question.
let the chat. What you
Got a,
got,
got a
Terrence?
question
Before we
for
go
him.
to Jali.
And oh no, go ahead and finish it because it might change
Respect.
the topic a little bit.
Appreciate it, brother. Jali, what were your thoughts on the video with the statistics with men not approaching at a rate that we've probably never seen before. And the initial video, what was your reaction to that?
I think she's right, but here's the thing, right? If you ask a lot of the younger men about why they're not approaching, one of the things they're gonna say is they don't want to end up on TikTok. So I think the internet has changed it as well, because all somebody got to do is, if you walk up to them and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" All they got to do is pull out if they feel like you don't look up to par to what they want, and if they want a viral moment, all they have to do is pull out their phone, start recording you secretly, and next thing you know, you a meme. So I think that's one of the ways too, and I think we forget about the fact that everything people want to go viral so bad now, and the internet still plays a big part in our day-to-day activities. You probably always seen a video of somebody getting embarrassed. And a lot of the time it's about them trying to holler at somebody or whatever that has to do with relationships. So I think we have to consider that too, because if you have kids in Gen Alpha or the new generation Beta, the internet is just becoming this big thing. You got all this AI stuff. So I do think the art of approaching is going to go down. Like, people probably not going to approach anymore, just off the simple fact that it's just so easy for you to end up on the internet. But that was a point I wanted to make about that.
I like it. I like it. CJ, what were your thoughts on the video, brother?
I think Jay Ali pretty much said everything I was about to say. I feel like the internet has played a significant role in it. Yeah, you got the Me Too movement. Yeah, you got other factors that play that make a guy think before he takes a step forward on any woman. But I think the internet has definitely had a major effect on how the men approach women today, because yeah, you have those girls like that talk about, oh, I see some men and then men ain't approaching, blah blah blah. You might have seen another video where it was like these three girls that was just like, we outside, like, where the men at, where the men at? They ain't coming for you. Because at the end of the day, the world is different now. Like back then, yeah, it was a big deal for a man to go to the club and shoot a shot, get the number. Dudes ain't doing that today, because it comes with this pre-notion that shit might go left. They might end up on some media platform. They might get embarrassed. They might get it's more negative thoughts coming in their head now compared to back then. The most negative thing he could think of, say no. Maybe she throw a drink on me. That's cool. Like, but now it's way too much shit now. So that explains. Like, me personally, I have never tried approaching no woman. I don't do that at all. Granted, I'm in a special category for that. Like, I don't do it because they always came to me. But at the end of the day, I also get why dudes, my homies, don't do it. They don't do that shit. They just think that, hey, shit gonna go left if they do it. And she look good. I was like, man, go holler at her. Oh, fuck that. I ain't about to get put on. I ain't anybody get on Me Too movement. That's the first thing I usually hear. The Me Too movement is the biggest one I hear. So I guess, as long as that shit's still existing, motherfuckers ain't about to take no step forwards on stuff like that.
CJ made a lot of good points.
Okay. Bino, what were your thoughts on the video, brother?
I don't know, man. Y'all made I think everybody made some valid points. I ain't even think about Sharon's point, but goddamn, I gotta add that on to the mix too. I gotta add that on to the mix too. So I think it's a thing, like, right? I heard Lil C say something too that I think I'm more. Everybody valid, but I'm more seeing what she's saying. Like, I think, like, we come from an era where we was old enough and we was of age to be outside and to have practice and shit like that, like Cammy Sevens was saying and shit like that. So, like, I'm still going to be approaching women, right? Right. But I think the problem is with a lot of people on the internet, especially if they're that age where the internet was the bulk of, our life, that you can be you in a world of to be anything you want to be. You feel what I'm saying? I know niggas be fabricating other people's point of views, other dudes' thoughts. They drop in the inbox. So it's easy because that shit they talking to you, they done learned that man from that man down their timeline or their page or this fucking viral quote. And when you got to go in person and be yourself, you can't be in the world of anything you want. You got to be who you are. You feel what I'm saying? So, and I think if you at that age where the internet was the bulk of how people date, damn, you in a bind. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't get that age to get that practice to go out there and holler and learn what to say and not to say and how to approach women. You ain't get that. Cause me, it's both. The same way if I decide to holler at a joint in the inbox, the same way I holler at the inbox, the same way I'm walking up to her on the bar. You feel what I'm saying? At the bar, because I got experience in both. I think a lot of guys didn't get that chance, especially if they like what let me say 2004 when Facebook. So where you about 25, you know what I'm saying? If you like early 20s, you in the bind, man, because internet was the only way to really go about things, and because I really don't see the rejection shit. Like dudes is getting used to, we used to get what is rejection? You feel what I'm saying? Like I don't care, you know what I'm saying? What is that? You feel what I'm saying? Nobody cares about that at our age. You feel me? But like, so I think the problem is with a lot of dudes, just to add on to what everybody else said, is you can be who you want on the internet, my boy. You gotta be who you are in person. And who they are in person don't match. You feel what I'm saying? So they already don't even know what to say to the shorty in real life. You feel me? They fabricate on the internet.
I like it. Terrence, did you remember your thought?
Yeah. So off the internet stuff, are y'all really running into people that's where it's like awkward conversations when you meet them in person? Is this through anecdotal experience, or is it more so just inferring that based on the conversation we're having now?
I think to frame this properly, right? I think that from shout out to This Might Be Risky Discord, man. Make sure you join. We have some great conversation back there. You know what I'm learning, bro, is talking to some of the guys back there. When they're being very transparent, they'll let you know that that barrier of introduction is getting harder and harder. It's like the soft skills are actually leaving us, bro. Like as men approaching women and even women knowing how to receive said approach, the gap is getting larger because the soft skills are disappearing. So I think that as we don't use these muscles, these social skills, we lose them. They get atrophied, right? So I think that even though it might not be our reality at where we sit, I think that we have to make room that this is becoming more of an issue. Now, if you want to go with Sharon's logic that dudes just love each other, that's something crazy, right? But I mean, that's the thing. Or again, it could be that these social skills are lacking so much that it's analysis paralysis, right? Like you faked yourself out of the game before the ball even up in the air. Like you already done, right? And so I think that to answer your question systemically, right? We're talking about black men and women, the young and the old. I think that it's fair to assume that these soft skills, yeah, it's becoming more of a reality, brother.
Mm-hmm. And is this something that's being observed from speaking with other people?
Yes.
I'm trying to establish a baseline, a
Yeah.
foundation based on experience.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
bro. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ladies, y'all too? Is this y'all experience or observe somebody that where it becomes awkward having a conversation?
Just look at the panels. Like people can't even have a general conversation without just having to say dumb shit, do dumb shit. Like, yeah, the people awkward as hell for real. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't have a laugh like that in so long. Thank y'all. Oh my god.
Hey, you know what? That convenience, that convenience, like you right, Shredder. The convenience of the internet is a con for sure when it comes to social skills, right? Because you work an 8 hour day or 40 hour week, 60 hour week. When the internet won't jumping like it is now, you still got to go out and mingle with people if you want to come across something. Now, you feel me? You can work 60, 80 hours. Now you got to do is jump on the internet from the crib. You feel what I'm saying? So it goes back into, and then you ain't even got to be original. All you got to do is study the internet enough, and you can mimic somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So shit, the convenience of the internet made it a con for social skills for
And
sure.
plus, I mean, we on the greatest dating app of all time anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
YouTube.
See, and the only way
YouTube
that
is
it
the
can be,
greatest dating app of all time.
but the only way that it can be effective is and this is why you can be on it and people have so much you would think with so much access, right, that things would be better and that people would have better results. But we have like, hey, this is what we're experiencing, the truest form of artificial intelligence, where we've had access to so many Google searches and statistics and um so much frivolous information, but we have a wealth of knowledge, but we have absolutely zero experience behind it. So everything that people are talking about is one-sided. It's not a lived experience. It's just what they've heard said. And so when you have a conversation with somebody, right? And I'm a mechanic, I've been fixing cars since I was a teenager, and you've been watching YouTube videos about people fixing cars. Then when we start to have the conversation, I realize that your depth only goes so far. And that's what's happening when you get into these conversations. People are spouting talking points and statistics and what the people who went viral said. And then you're saying, okay, so let's come over here and let's talk about what this looks like in your relationship. And they don't have a relationship. Well, what's it look like in your previous relationship? And they don't, they can't express what those things are. So let's talk about your hobbies. Let's talk about, what it's just things that naturally occur in life that you don't, that they don't know and don't understand. You don't know how to build relationships. You don't know how to handle conflict. You don't know how to clearly communicate. You don't know how to listen to another person and comprehend what they're saying and respond back to what they said instead of what you felt about what they said. And now we talking about, hey, but I want to get married and have babies.
Right.
And
That do
teach
sound
them
wild.
what? Like, how are we gonna do that?
That's a bar. Love
That's
C, chefing it up as usual. Anybody else? Y'all had thoughts on that?
yeah. I think it opens up room for opportunity. I think
Okay.
there's a huge opportunity in that, right? Um, Especially for anybody that's well versed in many different um, points or has a lot of different experience, right?
Yeah.
For people that don't have set experience, groups like honestly what Hamp is doing over there. It's a beautiful thing, right?
Facts.
Building the community, getting things together, right? And I think for a lot of brothers, at least I'll speak for people who are righteous at heart, right? With pure intentions and what they do, just to talk to people, get them to open up, and that's learning how to build a level of trust with individuals who don't have the social skills, which would take a different level of understanding of self, right?
Makes sense. I like it.
Hmm.
Damn. Do you think that with the opportunity at hand, though, what's the probability that you think these young men are gonna take it, Terrence? Like, do you think that they're gonna like actually utilize the opportunity to get better outcomes?
I don't know. I know when my daughter would have her friends come over, or I'll see little kids riding in the street, and I'm telling them get out the street so these cars can go by, right? And we might have a little 5-minute conversation here and there. That's why I'm having a hard time. I don't know, because some of these dudes are sharp, right? To be so young, it's like, damn, I wish the amount of information they may be talking about. It's like, damn, I wish I had that level of insight at that age. You know what I mean? Um, so I think I answered your question.
Oh, absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely, absolutely. We got one more question for tonight, and then we're gonna get into a quick solution wrap up because this has been a great show. Once again, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the SPS. You are now tapped in with a raw bunch. Also, we got some great personalities up here. Make sure y'all tap into Sharon. He's got great conversations in the morning. SBG gang always in the building. Voice of Venus does her thing as usual. Love C definitely holding us down for the TMBR. We had Universe that was up here, solid for the most part. I don't know if he had a handle. And again, just shout out to all the panelists before we go any further, before we get to the last question. But this last question is we're back to the black men complaints. And I think that the last question I want to ask to put a bow on this, I've been fighting with this as we were going through the conversation to find one that's relevant, but it's potent, right? So I think I want to go with um hmm, women hard to please. Okay. Do women hold men accountable for their mistakes, but expect men to forgive theirs? Let me say that again. Do women hold men accountable for their mistakes, but expect forgiveness when they make one?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is that under the context that the man isn't holding the woman accountable?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get through this. I'm gonna try. So I think that women, I think it's natural for women to do that. Women do not normally take criticism very well.
Okay.
And so I think expecting your woman to just all of a sudden take criticism because you love her and she's not supposed to be naturally a woman is weird to me. I know no matter what, no matter how truthful it is, how much love I would say with it, and I tell my wife to do something and it's in a criticizing way, it don't matter. She's still gonna, her nose is gonna flare up, she's still gonna turn red, she'll be mad, she's gonna do it, but she's gonna feel a certain way. If I come home, my feet hurt from work. Yeah, my feet been hurting too, babe. Damn, maybe we should go get some pedicures together. That's natural. That's what a woman is going to do. So, yes, I think that statement is 100% true, and you should expect that from your woman because you are her safe space.
Okay. Got you. Let's get two more responses to that answer. Let me get everybody's solution. Because again, we coming up on 11 o'clock hour. Do two more people want to answer this question? Do women hold men accountable for their mistakes, but expect men to forgive theirs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why so?
Because they know we still never even learn, not even say learn or find out what half they fucking mistakes was in the first place. They knew we caught all the mistakes they did, it wouldn't be the same. But nah, all just so they do. But it's more like what Sharon talked about. It's like they it's like the makeup of the creature they are. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it goes into like the whole emotional based creature type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Or think of emotion and not logic. So I think it's real simple for that. It's like it's not even that deep for me. It's just like it's just really the makeup of it is. They don't really break down things logical. Instead of especially when things hit them in an emotional way. So they're gonna hold us more accountable. You know what I'm saying? Then and then expect to be forgiven more because when they want to be forgiven, now they thinking logical. But when it's dumb, you know what I'm saying, that hits them somewhere, they thinking emotional. You know what I'm saying? So
I like it.
simple. It's
Let
simple.
me.
Just women shit. You know.
I like it. Let me get one of the women to be the last voice on that, and then we're gonna put a pin in it with the solution. So either Love C or Venus, either or. The question, get back to it. Do women hold men accountable for their mistakes, but expect men to forgive theirs?
Go ahead, Venus.
Get
Why
out.
you
Chat Venus.
why you why you pass the mic when it's time to um talk about women? I don't have nothing to say.
Said she waving that banner strong. Okay, and there is a response. Well, you got something on the Love C? What you think?
Oh, no, Venus. I was just saying that because I agree with what Sharon was saying. Yeah, I think it happens that way, right? I think it happens that way, but like you said, nobody wants to be criticized. I don't know a woman that wants to be told that she's doing wrong, right? Or that she's been a disappointment in some sort of way. She even less wants to hear it from the person that she's with because it comes like a disappointment, even if it's with love, right? And you don't want to feel like you disappointed somebody and let them down, right? So I know you say, well, the hypocrisy. Then why would you want to hold me accountable for what it is that I've done? And the majority of the time is because women want to feel safe and secure. So if she's calling you on something that she wants to hold you accountable for, she wants to feel secure. And whatever it is, it brings some level of instability. And so it's just I know we don't like that. We like, here we like to make everybody equal and say things like, well, you wanted to be a feminist, so it's all equal, but it ain't. God says it's not. So take it up with him if you don't like it. That's just the way that
Yeah,
it is.
that's just
They're
the way it
double
is.
standards. They're double standards all across the board. Just like y'all believe that you can go out and sleep around and it doesn't have any effect on you, but it's different for women, right? It's double standards all across the board. And this is the one where the women get to, they get to be on the upside of the hypocrisy. No, I don't want you to criticize me. And yes, I'm gonna say something when you do something wrong. It's just the balance of the relationship. We're gonna find a way to make it balance out in the end.
So
Yeah.
love C, but do you advise women to find even the balance in that though?
Yeah, I mean, you have to find the balance in anything. So when we're talking here, we're talking just in a general what it is, right?
Yeah, for
So
sure,
this
for
is what I'm
sure.
saying. This is the nature of a thing. But what makes the difference is the character of the person. So this is going to be the nature of a woman. She doesn't want to be criticized, right? But the character of a good woman is going to say, I don't like it, but I understand that my growth is important to the success of the relationship. So she might take the criticism and then say, okay, just take it easy on me because I don't, just don't pile it on. Just, okay, give me a minute. Like Sharon said, I may not be happy. My emotions may have to catch up to my obedience or my, my submission, whatever y'all want to call it, but we'll make it through, right? Character. And the same type of good character is going to say, you know what? Everything that comes up doesn't have to come out. I don't have to, be on him about everything. Is this really that important? Can it wait? Does it have to be said at all? Right? That's character. Good character is what helps you refine the nature.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I just want you to say it because you know you the oracle, and I be wanting them crazy motherfuckers from around my way to listen to some sense. So that's all. So I just make sure. I just wanted you to
No,
say
yeah,
it.
we have to. You got to be perfecting and working on yourself, even with your own nature. You have to do that.
Like it. This how
Love
we gonna
T be
wrap up the
preaching,
show.
boy.
Yeah, this how we gonna wrap up the show. We're gonna do something a little different this time. Y'all know we go through the stats, we address the problem, we get the solution. But this time, because it's a gender war, I want every person to put up your white flag and I want you to concede something to the opposite gender. We've been warring all night, we've been keeping it balanced. So we're gonna end the show in balance. So if you're a man, I need you to give um, credence. I want you to give helpful advice to women to bridge the gender gap. If you are a woman, I need you to give helpful advice to men to bridge the gender gap. Exactly. And I need a volunteer.
Me, because mine gonna be real quick and simple. I
Go
know these
ahead,
people
brother.
gonna give it to them. You know they gonna line them up. I just say white flag is um um we love y'all black women. Stop being weird to us. You know what I'm saying? Like we love y'all, man. And I would say like the internet, like the internet is great for many reasons, but when it comes to the relationship, please. Am I doing your question your
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
right? Okay.
Hmm.
I would say to the internet, please don't indulge in the internet when it comes to relationships and meeting people and personal stuff. Like use it for everything else that is, it's great to use it for, except for that. 'Cause this internet shit is fucking people up, man. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to black men and black women, I think the internet created more of an illusion of a gender war than it really is in real life on an everyday basis. So please don't
Like it.
rely on that. You can rely on it for anything else, but just not that. You know what I'm
I
saying?
like it.
And we love
CJ,
y'all.
I like it. I like it. CJ, what you got, brother?
Come back to me, man.
Okay, Sharon, what you got, brother?
Oh man, ladies, I understand y'all. I'm gonna talk to every man that never approached a woman before. I'm gonna speak to him and say, "Hey, I'm gonna hold him, I'm gonna shake him, and say, no, it's okay. It's all right. You can hear no. It's okay. It's not gonna do anything to you. It's gonna make you stronger. It's gonna make you better. It's gonna give you a callus in your head that you can survive a no." And you move on to the next one. So you gotta attempt, just like Kevin said, you gotta attempt. And then you work on recalibrating your approach. So, ladies, I got your back. Yes, ladies, I don't think it should be a thing that women should be approaching men. I think that's a dangerous thing, to be honest. stay in your femininity, be cute, give him some eye contact, and hopefully he'll approach you. So, ladies, I'm on your side for that.
For sure. Let's go Terrence, and then we'll go Venus and Love C.
Absolutely.
And then
Can
CJ
you
lastly.
ask that question one more time for me?
Sure, we're putting up the white flag. So in a moment of truce in this war, I want you to either speak positively to the opposite gender or give them some advice that could help bridge the gap.
Ooh, okay. Um, let's talk about some qualities that I hear about for women specifically. We hear things like narcissism. We hear things like self-centeredness. We hear things like not taking accountability, and all of these other different things, right? Um, for those, I think a lot of it has to do with compassion, right? Exactly what Love C was describing. However, that emotion and compassion is misplaced when being corrected, and even saying the word corrected may stir up some emotions that sit negatively, right? Um, so in that sense, I definitely think it's important to have an open heart when somebody who's there that genuinely cares, right, and is providing guidance or whatever it may be, to have an open ear, right, because he's likely not there to belittle you unless it's obviously the language he's using, right? Um, yeah, and if we're speaking about the ladies, and it's also equally as important to speak to the men, where when we're speaking to a woman, we have to understand we're not speaking to a man, right? And so the language itself may be tapered differently, contingent on the woman we're speaking with, um, and not to generalize it saying all women are going to be spoken to the exact same, right?
Like
Um, and speak in a way so it could be heard. And right now is always not the best time to speak on certain situations
I like it a lot.
for both
Solid,
sexes.
solid, solid. Venus, what you got for us? Throw up the white flag. Let's get some flowers to the men and give them some advice that can help bridge this gender gap.
Oh, I gotta hear the white flag, Venus. Oh, this is interesting.
I
Venus,
think
you with it?
I think I'm having connection issues.
We can hear you.
Oh man.
I'm trying to think hard because this is hard. Okay, it's a hard question. Some advice to help the men bridge the gap. Work on your communication. Learn to listen more and be a little slower to respond. And to kind of go off what Terrence said when he said, understand you're talking to a woman and a woman is not a man, right? You can't, a lot of you think that you could talk to us the way you talk to men, and you constantly keep not, even though you can see the response, right? You keep not accepting that. Instead, it's kind of like you want women, you want to be tone don't matter, and I could da da da. You're not understanding. We actually are like fundamentally different. Men are not women, and women are not men. And if you understand that, then you have to understand that we're not to be dealt with the same way. It doesn't work. And I want to say, how do I say? Have a bit more confidence.
Okay.
I think that's it.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Love C. Pick up that white flag. Let's end this gender war. Speak to the other side for me. What you got?
Um, this was a one I had to think about. Um, so if I had to give a white flag, concession, concede, I don't know, advice to the men, I would say let go of the gloom and doom, right? I think there's been a widespread of information, and it is it could be used for good, but right now it's not really that important. Some of the things that have been preached and taught are not written in stone, right? Every woman is not looking for 666 and all these weird talking points. You know, be yourself. If you know the areas where you need to work on those. But the confidence is going to be the biggest thing that you can ever show up with, right? Is to show up confident, and don't be afraid to take the chance to just talk to someone. Just express yourself and take the time to be you and go out on a limb. It's really not like in talking to women and what they want and what they're looking for, it's not as stringent as the talking points are making it seem. It's not that difficult, right? It may not always be a success, but it doesn't have to be a disaster. Um, and so every opportunity that you miss is an opportunity that you don't get to grow. So, you know, I want to see the brothers, you know, be successful in whatever it is they choose to do, but it's gonna take you guys stepping out. And I think that it's a lot of women that are looking forward to seeing that happen. So go for it, you know, don't let the talking points make you overanalyze or be fearful. You might miss out on a great opportunity.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. CJ, take us home. White flag up in the air, man. What's your advice? What words of encouragement do you have for the women to bridge this gender war we're going through?
I'm trying not to say what other people have already said. I would say they need to work on themselves. I think the ladies that if you don't know that you got trauma and all the other shit, you might need to go double check that, because a lot of y'all do. A lot of y'all got a lot of trauma and personal issues, whether it was childhood stuff, teenage stuff, something that happened in a past relationship, and you're letting that reflect on the next relationship. You keep doing that, you're gonna never get nothing. You're not gonna get no good relationship if you keep bringing in the negativity to the next guy, or whoever you choose to date, the next person, the next person, the next person. So I think the first off, some advice would be to just take time to make sure you're good, make sure your mental straight, make sure you're recovered from past shit before you even try to go into the dating market. And then once you get in there, just take time to really get to know the person. I also feel like a lot of people get love and lust confused, and they end up making poor decisions. You need to learn how to really learn this person, understand this person, and figure out if they're really somebody worth your time, somebody that you can see to have to go forward. You just got to take time. If you guys just rush everything, you're probably going to crash. So just fix yourself, make sure you're good, make sure you got no trauma, no ill wills, nothing going on. And once you get all that together, whoever that person that you end up running into, get to actually know them. Don't just try to be out here fucking and messing around with strangers.
I like it. I like it. Again, to all my panelists, those that dropped and those that are still with us, make sure y'all subscribe to their channels. Big shout out to the Voice of Venus and Sharon. The SBG gang has been chatting it up. Y'all are wild. Y'all are welcome here, but y'all are funny, bro. Like, I enjoyed all of the feedback from you all. Again, thank you, Voice of Venus and Sharon. Again, Terrence, your insight is always welcome.
Hey, you miss a super chat. I don't know if you can see it in the corner where it says starred one.
I got one more thing I want to speak on. Just one more, if that's all right.
Man, yes, sir.
Shout out to Taylor.
Shout out to Taylor.
Sharon, appreciate you. Bless, love, brother. Appreciate it. What you got, Terrence?
Yeah, for the women specifically, I think a lot of the times, right, we're in a hookup culture. I know if y'all see me on other panels, I'm always talking about some de-discipline, right? But this is for the women specifically. When it comes to that, I think a lot of the times there's more trust in a man for your body rather than your mind. So it's like it's like a wall, right? where I'm not going to let this brother get into my mind, but I'll open my legs. Right. And I think that's an issue because not all women, but most women tend to get emotionally attached to men once they start sleeping with them, which reinforces and gives that circular ambulation of trauma, so to speak, right? Where it's one man after another. And then you come across the guy that actually holds the standards and values and things like that that you admire and you live by, right? On a day-to-day basis. This is who you are. But the projection that comes about may push him away, and may push him away because there's a wall built on the mental.
I like it. I like it. I like
And
it.
lead with respect. Okay. That's my advice.
Absolutely.
We love it. We love it. Shout out to Love See the Oracle. Again, man, if y'all tap the link today, you're always welcome back. We keep our panels open. Just keep in mind, this is a Black-centric show. We pro-Black man, we pro-Black woman, we pro-Black relationships over here. Again, we state our points. We might disagree, get a little choppy, but we're going to always end in love to get y'all back here. But it is the Raw Bunch. So again, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe before you leave. To all my panelists, J. Ali, Jalen from earlier, Universe. I think I might be missing someone, but if you hit the link today, we definitely appreciate it. Brittany. Who you say, Sharon? Oh, I thought you said something. But yeah, everybody hit the link. We appreciate y'all. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see y'all again Monday at 7 p.m. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Hey, good night, y'all.
Love.